Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Any idea on how the 1 million were returned to IBKR? Did IBKR bump back up? Borrow rate went up too. I wonder if they're counting the same shares as Fidelity in that return. I guess we'll see. Now they borrowed 93,000, so net returned is 1.7 million. Okay. I'll make a note of that in a little bit. Thanks, Atomic. Doing all right, man. Yep. 1.1 million on IBKR. Borrow rate went up. Just finished work. Gonna go grocery shopping now. Can't receive. We just received lots of notifications of us going up. My course starting the day off with cringe and fail videos. Jesus, man, thanks for all you do. You got it, man. Curious if you can expand on the OPEX date and what it entails. It's the T plus 2 window for gamma exposure from ETF and index quarterlies. Sorry, not leaps. Now that the borrow rates are going up, surely institutions will be more incentivized to lend. I mean, they don't really care one way or the other. It's not gone up significantly. It's, moved from 0.6 to 2.3. Google Split, it should run in advance. It'll probably be a good play. Generally, you want to track those like within the money calls. What stops them from closing out their FTDs, instantly shorting again, and balancing it out? I mean, that's what they try to do. They had too many FTDs, is generally what prevents that. Didn't someone up there confirm that bar rates don't actually do anything? Hedge funds get around paying it or something. I could be very wrong though. If they use same as cash collateral, or cash collateral, um, this means that they receive a rebate on their collateral, usually equivalent to the borrower rate. Ding ding. No, this is very low volume. Bid ask spread's almost $1. So Morning of November 2nd, day before November's big ETF FTD dump. Started the morning off with a pretty hard short and climbed through the rest of the day. Do you know if DN has moved down again? I think it's moved down ever so slightly. It should start reversing. Let me double check. Elliott. I think it moved down like 60 cents. But it's turning around. It's starting to stabilize. It should start following us up. Does them shorting at the same time as covering help them clear FTDs through CNS without raising the price? No. Because they're creating, if they're shorting while, they're not really shorting while covering, right? They use the market maker to short while they cover. So they buy puts, the market maker hedges those puts. They use those hedges in order to try to cover their FTDs. It's risky. And we don't really have any significant put walls this week. Turd noticed a bunch of conditional orders going through yesterday, which is very odd. Options video going up on School of Stock today. Double checking. It should be. I'll know more later. I don't know if it's done yet. Shadow trading long-term debt for short-term debt, I assume, is what you're referring to. Or trading short-term debt for long-term debt, rather. That's usually bullish. I mean, it's not great either way. Debt's bad, but what about the fill at 144 for GME with actual printing on the tape? I don't know. I tried to find it, and I couldn't find it in any brokerages. Could have just been a weird fill. It's so liquid in aftermarket. That happens. I mean, if the clearinghouse pushes a market order through, like we can't use market orders in after hours or pre-market, but institutions can. And if a market order is pushed through and, you know, the high strike is like 118 and then the next one is like 140, it'll fill. Also remember, dark pool volume's trading much higher than our current price, so, or higher than our current price, or it was. So there's some orders that can be filled up there. What do you think of AMD back to 150? Not yet. Good earnings. Is the SPY doing dumpies today? No, SPY's pretty good actually. Had a nice overnight. Could see some downside though. Cat dumping a little bit at open. There's a rejection point here on regaining its previous trend for AMD. I'd imagine IV is crushed. Yep. IV way down from where it was yesterday. I'd wait and see if it continues to fall or if it starts to turn around. Looks like it's starting to turn around a little bit. Maybe Feb 11, 128s. Might hold these for today. That's weird. Where is... Oh, I'm gonna have to buy them at my other brokerage. That's annoying. GameStop turning back around too. Storm finna hit New York in 2 days. Good to know. What do you think of GME back to 150? And I'd love that. When we squeeze, what do you think a realistic price target is for you? I see a lot of insane numbers out there for price targets, and I would like to know your thoughts on those $10 million targets. They're possible. I don't think there'd be a lot of people left at that point, but I mean, short squeezes have infinite potential. I don't have a price target. I think it's stupid to try to set a price target or a ceiling or a floor or whatever in a black swan event. Zakir better watch out. Zakir's wife is fast becoming the best mod. You're not wrong. Why does AMD IV crush overnight if the price spike like that? Because IV just crushes post earnings. It doesn't really matter, especially on near dated calls because they hype up, right? And so IV on closer dated expirations will ramp up going into earnings, and then a lot of that volatility is lost. A stock really has to run like crazy post earnings for IV. I mean, IV didn't crush that much on AMD, but it's still down 20%. Why'd you choose 18th when rolling Febs to March? It's the monthly expiration multi-blues. So better liquidity. Also, my rate of theta decay won't start to fall off until later in February. Pick up, it's weird. I mean, technically the value of the contract falls off. Theta decay picks up. It's 36 hours. We're supposed to get 19 inches of snow. Well, I mean, if my power goes out, you'll know. View up. Phoenix a view up. We need a death match between Zakir and Zakir's wife for best mod. I feel like that would leave the Zakirlings unattended. It's probably not a great idea. Why doesn't a long borrow the shares to protect their position and mess with the shorts? Why would they care? Why would they borrow their own shares? Do you have a spreadsheet or tool you use for calculating your percent gains on trades and positions? I want to start keeping better track of everything. I used to be really diligent about keeping track of my trades and my profits for each trade. And then I got an accountant and I stopped doing that. You can use Excel. You can use a notepad. You can use a blackboard, like a whiteboard. I still have a program that automates some of that for a couple of my brokerages, but take a look at Google and go over some resistances. Well, it looks like the good buy-in opportunity was missed about 4 days ago. It's just gonna head to new all-time highs. It'll probably keep pushing up. People are very excited about the split. It's gonna make a huge difference. So, I mean, there's obviously no way to tell. You could fucking slap some fibs on there if you want to get saucy, but that's backwards. Maybe 32.64. I mean, that's basically just a wild guess at that point, though. Yeah. Gross. How do you delete this? I don't think it'll hit 37. No, there we go. You can follow the trend, but yeah, it's going to continue to shoot up. People are probably very excited about the liquidity opportunity. It's a big split, 20-1. What are your thoughts on cat lately? Do you think it could go over 210 in the near future? I'm hoping it drops back to 195 before it does anything else. I mean, yeah, I can, but my calls are for June. Don't buy near dated calls on cat. You'll lose your ass. Did the groundhog see Dan Shadow today? Will 116 be a potential support if we reach 120 and after come back? It could be. Google's doing a 1-20 split Snickers. But yeah, you can, I mean, sometimes not all stock splits are bullish. Google was. Nvidia, I made a lot of money off the Nvidia split. Nice to see Pickle friends together having a good day. Ban Darth Dan. Thanks, Dan Yeat. Good to know. What rank are you on Rocket League? Garbage. I suck at that game. Not every firm lending their shares. I mean, most are. If they're a long institutional position, they're going to lend their shares. There's no reason for them not to. Zero incentive to withhold lending. Do Elliott Waves next. I mean, those are Elliott Waves or Fib would be really the only. I mean, you could use Wyckoff, which is kind of similar, to try to predict potential upside. But Google likely already overvalued at the current price. AMD dead, falling. Nice post-earnings short. Also, pre-market run-up, sell-off, right? Lots of people exiting options positions and stuff. I dumped my leaps, so sorry. They were up quite a bunch. Don't you expect a new offering from Google in the upcoming quarters post-split? Otherwise, why bother splitting? I mean, it drives liquidity, right? And gets more investors in. Is it always a day trader best practice to use multiple brokerages, or do you diversify because of desktop features, margin accounts, clearinghouses? Um, some of my diversification is from just GameStop because I wanted to have it in more than one brokerage. I also, yeah, I have different accounts. I only have one margin account. Uh, uh, two margin accounts, I guess. I don't really use the other one very much, but then I have cash accounts. I don't know. I don't know why I actually diversify them that much. Mostly just laziness and closing them as I've moved from one preferred brokerage to the next and just kind of not closed out my account in the previous one. I also have different ones for different things. Like I have brokerages for like long-term holdings. I have brokerages I primarily use for options. I have brokerages that I use for margin. The ones I use for margin have favorable margin rates. What happens if you have fractional shares in a split? They split. DDS looking to rip in a couple days? Maybe. It's probably having a rough morning. XRT is getting slammed. The SPY doesn't actually look terrible, but I think it could hit like 450 before recovering. It's been on a bit of a run. Yeah. I think the SPY's got some room to dip down to about 450. Maybe just below. Could be a little bit of a red day. It's good. We need a little bit of consolidation. Hopefully not too much. Opinions on trade spotting? Jamie's a good guy. What was the NVIDIA ratio for their split? I think it was 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been 4-1. Do you see yourself doing this long term? Hard to imagine Jamie truly lifting off in the near future with no news, etc. Not being a shill, just trying to be realistic. I've been doing it for 9 months. 10 months? Almost 10 months. AMD did the drop to 90, then rip to 160, so watch that bounce. Is lending shares not counterintuitive to their holdings, realizing greater returns? How? They can just recall them and sell them. Lending shares doesn't obligate them to anything. As we see reported SI rise, do you think that simply traders taking bearish positions on GME, or is it possible all those puts expired that hidden shorts are squeaking through? I mean, I think just the reported SI on GameStop is going up, right? Lending of GameStop shares is going up. We see that reflected in the borrow rate. Actually, I mean, lending shares in a company is a confidence position, right? Like, you know, the company's not going to die, and you don't care about its short term price. Has XRT hit the demand zone? Don't know if it has one. Would the market be more fair without options? Maybe. Without derivatives, yes. LEAP is an acronym. Is the echo on purpose? No. Is there an echo? I don't even know how to fix that. How are your night classes going? I had them yesterday. I didn't have any class. I don't have any class today. They're fine. One of them is just a math course, so it's really not too intense. Should I buy 318 100C right now? It's up to you, man. Option. We often say that GME is a good investment, MOASS or no MOASS, because of fundamentals, but short hedge funds never let it go to its fundamental value, or it would probably trigger MOASS. No, I mean its current fundamental value is not very high, so I don't think that's like a near-term concern. I mean they are racing against the fact that you know GameStop will make forward-leading statements at some point. Can you please elaborate more on why sometimes it's T+4 and sometimes it's T+9 for FTD buy-ins? Uh, yeah, different market participants have different settlement periods through the NSCC. If institutions recall their lent shares, what timeline, if any, are borrowers held to for returning shares? I mean, they could demand them immediately. Usually, in order to maintain relationships, like T+2 is given, but they can force an immediate buy-in. We often say that GME is a good investment. MOASS, or no, I already talked about that. How much do you estimate you lost people on calls total since November? Everyone knew the risk they were taking, Papico and Fluffer. Some people have made money as well. Some have low cost averages. Most have averaged down. I don't know. Just saying lending shares is a crime and watch your viewership rocket to the moon. No echo. Okay. So when Google splits 20 to 1, are shares still same as puts? Oh my God. You want to do my math homework, Aaron? Are you surprised by their ability to continue to suppress the price through all these exposure windows? No. I'm surprised at how extensively they've used their ability to suppress the price, but I'm not surprised at their ability to do so. With the Google split, what's the new price target per share? Just divide the current price by 20. Capcam's a little too spicy today. I need Secure to come home to me. Stop trying to steal in. Listen, the competition keeps the fire going. You didn't make anyone buy or sell anything, so zero. Pretty accurate. New mic, voice sounding crispy like an air fryer. Okay, I consider that an insult, but it's not a new mic. I did fix my compressor a little bit. I think. I'm not sure. I'm guessing I did a good job because it's having positive reactions. When are you getting your inside job at Citadel so you can sabotage them for us? Sounds like a lot of work. I don't want to go to Chicago. Oh wait, they're here now, aren't they? It's still like several blocks away. They probably don't wear masks. Eh. Maybe like a work from home position. I can just live stream my job. Fix your noise gate. I don't know what that means, Cool Daddy. You've just said two of those words mean nothing to me. 20-month-old cat filled on PayPal. Can close out their FTDs on this run through CNS. Is there any way to determine how many shares are still short? Not unless they suddenly decide to report them. Is it worth selling covered calls to buy some long calls? It's risky. Does downward pressure create more volatility than upwards pressure? It depends on the amount of volume. Thanks for all the education. Great stream. If you had $700 and wanted to buy one option contract, what would it be? If I had $700 and I had to ask that question, I wouldn't be buying options contracts. You left the noise gate open and the bulls escaped. Would everyone relax? We're just doing a little morning short and dip. It's not a big deal. We're still up like almost $30 from our low or $20 from our low. Relax. Soundgate is the sensitivity of your mic. I don't know how that works. Properties? No. Filters. I don't have a noise gate. Should I have a noise gate? Is that better? I don't know. I need water. I've adjusted more noise gates than had my salad tossed behind a Wendy's. Check DMs. Oh, interesting. Okay, we can do that someday. I turned a noise gate on. I don't know what it does. Have you bought into weeklies yet for this week? What strike are you looking at? Probably 120, 130, 140 if I buy any. I haven't bought any yet. But those would be the ones that I'm considering. AMD starting to come back up a little bit. I just want AMD to go back up to 145 so my other leaps aren't fucking worthless. Can you go into knockout options a bit? Seems like a safer way, albeit less profitable, to dip into options. I feel like we had a clip on this at one point. I don't I don't know if you can trade barrier options on in the US. Also, they're also like an OTC derivative. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to use them. Do they have those in Europe? I mean, they limit losses, but they also limit potential upside. It's working. Basically cuts off your mic if there's a sound below a certain decibel threshold. This prevents any unwanted sound coming through. Oh, okay. Cool. I bought weeklies on the dip. They're now break even because IV was a little high. I didn't get the best fill. When do I exchange these two weeklies for one Lambo? You know that's not how it works, Popcorn Trader. Mike already filtering out room acoustics. Interesting, Shroomy Boom. You can in Germany. Okay. Yeah, I mean they limit. They're cheaper, right? And they kind of limit risk, but they also don't have a lot of potential. And the value of options in GameStop is how much potential they have, right? Most of our runs, options contracts have, 5, 10x, if not more. I've had out of the money calls on GameStop in like June and August that 20x'd, and you'd miss out on that with knockouts. Knockouts aren't probably so bad if something's trading a little more sideways and not so volatile. If we don't see much more price improvement this week, are you considering rolling your March 18s? Fuck no. Why tomorrow will be best day for FTDs? It's when they're due. Feel better now that the divorce fees are toast. I now have capital YOLO all year. With that said, at this point, is buying puts same as buying shares? No. What is your mic hooked to? I have a interface. Is new roll to? I'm not rolling shit. When are you considering buying into weeklies? Waiting for a dip or waiting for one DTE, 0 DTE? I just maybe towards the end of today, but not right now. I already have plenty of options. It's not like I need to add to my leverage with weeklies. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. Your gate is a little strong. Missing some of the times you tail off from the mic. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Yeah, it's a focus, right? Smooth. Fine, I quit. I show up here every morning and remind you to show yourself the likes. You ignore me every day. This is why you're currently at less than 1,000. The algorithm hates you. I hate you. Macros is the greatest streamer of our generation. MOASS is canceled, like the stream. Thanks, Angry Dan Almighty. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. PayPal down because I transferred $187 from PayPal to my bank account. Sorry. Just take it off. You didn't need it in the first place. But then I can eat with no noise. That's my dream. Fidelity shortable down to 14K. Cool. What's IBKR at? Oh, interesting. Art rate's unchanged. I'm here to ask the real questions. The song Hold the Line by Toto, is it about a non-punctual hookers or premature granulation? I have no idea. Are you coming to her birthday party? My mom says you haven't RSVP'd and she wants to know how much pizza to order. If not, can you at least make me an ASMR cameo? Thanks, Dad. Miss you. Happy birthday, Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. Don't order me a pizza. I'm not coming. Much like your real father, I don't want to have a lot to do with you. How can I become a billionaire if I'm a lowly poor? You just pay for membership. Or don't, because you're poor. Seems like a bad idea. Waste of money. When you work at BlackRock, did you follow the Wolf of Wall Street guide on how to stay calm and count numbers better? I don't know if there is one of those. A similar note, you still haven't RSVP'd for my wedding on Saturday. Congratulations on your like ninth wedding, popcorn trader. I'm sorry, but after the first five, it's just I'm not interested. Ko-Fi flash mob at 1269 today. Win reps. Well, right now we're doing like an inverse head and shoulders thing. If you still talk to Houston Wade, make sure you wish him a happy birthday too. I'll try to remember that. Not sure if you were tracking the consecutive days for this, but XRT's been on the threshold list every trading day since December 17th. Yeah, it hasn't come off. It'll probably be on there until their like X dividend date. I thought Head and Shoulders wasn't valid on the daily. Why? They absolutely are. They're valid on both, as a matter of fact. I would love your take on supplements and naturopathic health remedies. I'm sure an old Gherk proverb you got rolling around on the topic. Head and Shoulders more or less valid on the intraday as cup handle. It's not a cup and handle. On the daily, is that a double bottom bounce? Yes. What's the consensus on one? What do you mean consensus? It's just there's just 1.1 million borrowable shares. Shares were returned, many were borrowed again. Would you prefer intraday cup and handle or Elliott Waves? And why do you prefer Elliott Waves? Do I want to do this today? Do I want to deal with this shit? What does it mean when volume is low and price drop is semi-substantial? Nothing. Stock's so liquid. They shorted it. Still think we have a good chance for ups today. I don't really have that great of expectations for today, but I could see us closing up again. Yeah. What the fuck is DKNG? Is that shitty DraftKings thing? Garbage. Fidelity down to 13,000 available shares. The 900K are gone again. Okay. Wasn't today meant to be explosive? Tomorrow? Today's February 2nd. I don't remember saying anything about February 2nd. It's Groundhog Day. Did you say Myrna dead? I didn't say anything about Myrna. I'm not even watching it anymore. I thought you were out. Why the fuck are you back in this? It bounced a little tiny bit. Right at support. Isn't this where I told you it would fall to? When you drove me nuts about Myrna for this entire period of time? This is months. This is months of my life you've asked me about Moderna. It's time I'll never get back, Victor. You've stolen it from me. Just no hope for MOASS in this cycle, is there? I mean, that's not necessarily true. We just don't know how it's going to play out, man. I know you always want the future predicted for you, but that's just not how it works. When do you expect movement, if not today? The 3rd and the 8th are the biggest days of biggest days for FTDs. You think the video will follow AMD earnings in 2 weeks? Maybe. Because we always have positive movement, T+2 after the OPEC date. Can you take a quick look at BBBY? Sure. What about it? It went down and now it's going up. It's doing the same thing that a great number of stocks are doing, not XRT. Let's see. Well, this kind of did that and then trailed off. Baba did that. Ooh, VIX is bumping a little bit. 1.2 million to 134,000 on IBKR. Lots of shares borrowed. If there's no major movement on tomorrow, 2-3, does that alter your expectations for 2-8? 2-8 doesn't have as many. I don't think 2-8 has as many FTDs as tomorrow. Anyway, I don't really have high expectations for 2-8, and maybe enough to support a sustained higher price, but that's about it. When would be the next cycle if we don't MOASS? June? May. I begin in May. When is the expiration date? February 18th. It is Feb 3rd. Is Reddit down? I don't know. Who cares? Do you think you may sell calls tomorrow and buy back in for Feb 8th? And depending on how hard we run. Otherwise, I'll just hold them through OPEX. What's stopping them from internalizing FTDs due tomorrow? There tend to be too many of them to internalize. The same thing that stopped them from internalizing them on November 3rd. Are puts the same as upside down calls? Sort of, yeah. They're inverse a call. Look at shift search. something exciting happening there. $500,000 in April 120 puts. Looking like sold. OI's going up. Is it possibly sold? I'm not cranky. I'm getting asked a lot of questions about things before they happen, which is annoying, but I'm not cranky. Just theta decay. Theta always decays on your March 18 110, whether it fucking is above 110 or not. Going above the strike doesn't stop theta decay, it slows it down. When FTDs are due and they have a bunch of internalization that needs to spill out as the price rockets, generally, yes. The dicks are just way too large for them to be able to internalize the FTDs. It's getting toward, we're moving towards a break point. It's just hard to say when it'll occur exactly. We don't have insight into that. How about you teach us something? Maybe bring up the options calc and show some straddle examples. Dude, I have a hard enough time explaining a fucking long call position, let alone straddles. Also, I'm pretty sure that I've covered straddles before. I think there's a clip about them. But if AMC is used as a hedge against GME, why would they borrow shares of it? Borrow shares of AMC? You do realize that there isn't just like us and then one other market entity, right? There are multiple entities. Thousands. Millions, actually. It's not just like us. It's not like a boss fight where it's like us and one bad guy that we have to beat. Do you have any thoughts on futures FTDs versus what your expectations were? I mean, I expected us to be at a higher price point at that time, but we went up quite a lot. We had almost no gamma exposure, but we still saw, you know, what, almost $30 of price improvement. What was the high that day? 119. Low was 100. So $20 price improvement in one day. It wasn't great, but those are like GME direct fails, and there's not very many of them. Have you ever considered visiting Mongolia? Literally never. Dude, I'm a gamer. Of course, I'm going to turn this into a boss fight. I stream you to my phone every day and use 50 to 69 gigabytes a month. Jesus Christ. There's no difference between an IOU share and a real share. So those are real shares. A synthetic share is real until it's not. So OPEX is the 18th. Is that just the options expiry date? That's the expiration for quarterly ETF and index options. If retail plays options through and after Feb OPEX, will the other cycles cause them as much exposure from our far dated contracts as the Jan cycle? Or is this cycle because of leaps always riskiest? Technically, the cycle's always riskiest, but at any point, if retail had large, long dated call positions, it presents risk for them. If you look at like Yelya's model, you can see how it affects, like those far dated calls affect delta sensitivity in the near term. And how they short to attempt to avoid that delta sensitivity. They don't want to run the stock into massive hedging because that's what kicks off gamma ramps. If you start gamma ramping GameStop every quarter, it starts to look a lot more like DDS and a lot less like GameStop. See if I can show you guys an example of that. See, Dillard's has liquidity issues and had lots of options interest earlier in the year. And as you can see, Dillard's ran into the January price action, but due to its illiquidity, just continued up, as opposed to GameStop, which, you know, crashed and then came back up here. So this was GameStop. Dillard's just continued up every single cycle, sometimes trading even higher than its peak before running here. And then even then, it still failed to fall below its like long-term trend. So yeah, we could see something like that with GameStop. If options kept getting rolled out and larger positions were built. And you can see how that differentiates if we switch over here to GameStop, where GameStop has been kept fairly level. There are consistently algorithms searching for arbitrage, and it should be rarer than it is, especially GameStop. But GameStop has, again, liquidity issues, so it can be hard to resolve arbitrage. Pretty much the price actually predicted this morning, a dip, then back up. Now I'm just waiting for FTDs to continue rolling while a reverse head and shoulder forms on the intraday. What's a good volatility play tomorrow? Like just trying to predict the volatility for the run. I don't know. IV is already kind of high. But if IV spikes tomorrow, literally like anything out of the money. June 680s are pretty promising. Probably also like March now, maybe April's. So April's chain goes up to. April has like 500s and 510s. Feb 18th, 500s are probably a decent IV play, although IV is already pretty high on those. March 320s are nice. Still below 200%. I don't hate those. Risky though. What's max pain at on GME for Friday? Our current max pain, I think, is at 106. See everybody at 1269, basically. Are you gonna wait till OPEX to sell the March options? Yeah, I mean, if we run now, I'll sell them now and then buy more. When I rolled, I averaged down my position, right? So I only have strikes. Before I had strikes that went out to 350. Now I have strikes that go out to 250, but they start at 100 instead of before when they started at like, I think it was 150. So yeah, I mean, if we run to 150, that's going to put all of my calls very much in the money, and so, or all of my calls will be profitable. So yeah, I'll sell and then roll out, cover my losses from the last 2 months, and then roll out the remaining capital. You keep saying retail is out of money though. I mean, they don't have to be. And not all of retail is out of money, just most. But most of retail didn't have any fucking money to begin with. So it's. So retail should play far dated options aggressively. Always should have. If nothing else, far dated options act as an FTD printer, creating more and more pressure on the FTDs that they are already creating. Which the further dated they are means the more potential they have, right? Because they generate FTDs equivalent to their own delta, sometimes multiple times over. Oh yeah, they've definitely deployed more capital and effort to keep GME level, and they can't really keep Dillard's level. There's nothing there, right? There's no shares to borrow. There's no fucking float. The liquidity is just gone. They can't hedge variance because nobody's creating a market. So swaps are impossible. I'm not rolling March calls. Why is everyone asking me about rolling March calls? I have no, so if nothing fucking happens this week at all, nothing happens this week, nothing happens through February 8th, I'm not rolling my March calls during that time frame. Not even a little bit. Unless we have a big run between now and the 8th, are able to sustain that price point, I don't see any significant GEX for OPEX. We already have it. The entire sector fucking crashed. And call buying at this bottom has been massive. We're now, the sector is now recovering, driving all of the calls bought here at the bottom into the money. So actually, I think Feb OPEX has a pretty decent amount of GEX. Don't forget that also encompasses things like the Russell 1000. Like because it's index options as well as ETF and the S&P 400. Did you see my options post yesterday on Superstock? No. Do you start to see anything happen with DDS only when GME moves? Is there any other catalyst? It's just in the same basket of stocks. Fidelity shortable up to 1.12K. Or, 112, sorry. So about 90,000 returned. 100,000 returned almost. Would you estimate the dips after tomorrow's pop? If it does pop, yeah, it would. I expect it would. Yesterday, you said when FTDs are due, they have until market open the next day to place orders, then dark pools. So tomorrow's could be Feb 8th. There isn't a lot of liquidity, and there's like 24 and 48-hour dark pools. Not a lot gets traded in these. So the ones that execute real slow, there's a reason, right? Because they don't have very high liquidity. Most dark pool orders will execute same day, like the vast majority. But what it does mean is that an order placed first thing in the morning or before market open may not execute until late afternoon. And so what this essentially means is that T+2 windows are 3 days long. Like this, I mean, I could say T+3, but then that's just confusing, right? But it's also confusing the amount of time that it grants them. But yeah, if you have like a Friday is your T day, you can see covering occur into Wednesday. Like almost into market close on Wednesday. A good example of this is last February. Last February, basically nothing happened through the OPEX T+2 window until Wednesday, shortly before market close. And then we like gapped up and halted, right? And what they can do by doing that, by halting the end of a Wednesday, is they can extend their FTDs even further into Thursday, right? So if they gap up and halt the stock on that final day, no trading can occur in that last 15 minutes, right? And so they can theoretically drag it out till Thursday at market open. It's good stuff. Are you buying any weeklies? Maybe. I'll probably buy some, but I'll wait till a run is confirmed, right? Like, why buy them now? So I could just pay for theta that I'm not using? Is it worse for us that T+2 can be 3 days since that stunts its potential volatility since they can spread the covering out over a longer time frame? I mean, yeah, it does, right? I like to refer to it as the Reg T time machine, but if they do nothing on the first 2 days, no cover and no cover, this means that this day is very volatile. Right? Because then they're moving all of that exposure into a very narrow window, essentially compressing the price action. I should probably clip most or if not all of that. Mm. Any reason why IBKR has restricted writing puts? Have they? Or is it just a margin issue on your own account? Haven't they been covering? Volume has been up a lot since the FTD windows started. Yeah, but they're also internalizing the buy pressure. So we're seeing a lot of volume, right? But we're not seeing a lot of orders print to the lit exchange. The volume from dark pools is reported within seconds generally. But that doesn't mean that the orders have executed. And then for internalized orders, you know, they can internalize as long as they can hold that debt on their balance sheet. Which book would you recommend most? If you had to pick one, I would start with securities analysis. Just dropped in. Kenny's still internalizing all the dicks as much as he feasibly can. Dynamic hedging. If now I have less than 25K in my account since I have massive losses from rolling febs, will I get a GFE if I try to play weeklies? I've already bought and sold weeklies this week. No, poker degen. You get a GFE, a good faith violation, when you use unsettled funds to purchase an asset, and then, this is important, sell that asset before the funds have settled. So if you're trading options and you buy an option on Monday and sell it on Monday, those funds will be cleared on Tuesday. But if you buy another option with those same funds on Monday and sell it, So if you do it 2 times, using the unsettled funds the second time, you'll get a GFE. Would you deploy 20K and at the money calls at 110 or slight out of the money calls 120, 130? Already got a lot of April 14 calls around 140, 160. Sounds like you have some out of the money calls already, and you'd probably be looking to reduce your risk. So, you know, buying at the money reduces risk. Even more so in the money. You wouldn't recommend the Book of the Dans first? It has all the market knowledge you need. No. IBOR restricting sale of CCs? Not a margin issue. They can clearly state it's due to a restriction on the underlying. You can't sell CCs on IBKR? That's fucking weird. IBKR is long only at the moment. Their message is if you try to do a call spread, the product is long only due to a restriction on its underlying. What the fuck? Interesting. You started day trading career with 80K? Yeah. Or you can lose $80,000. I started with less than that. If Citadel is the one internalizing all that buy pressure, like they did last year, doesn't GameStop have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders to fight that conflict of interest? Not at all. GameStop doesn't have any fiduciary duty to control the actions of a market maker on the NYSE. Also, they wouldn't be able to prove that Citadel is doing any of that shit directly. What's Dix again? It's the dark pool index. You can only do 3 trades a week if you're on margin, Poker Degen, and that's a pattern day trader restriction. That's not a GFE. Those are separate things. So if you have a cash account, you can't get a pattern day trader violation at all. Yes, they would lose that money. Looking at Jan 23, 110, but the bid ask is 40 to 48, 20%. I have an open order at 40, but obviously it's not filling. Should I wait for it to come to me or start chasing it with $50 increments? I mean, the price is dropping. It might come to you. $40 to 48. You're just at the bid? I mean, I don't know what the liquidity looks like on that strike, but I'd imagine it'd be kind of difficult to get a fill at the bid on a leap. Last traded for, yeah, I mean, there's like almost no liquidity in this strike. So unless you bid higher, at least higher than the mid, which is 43.65, you're probably not going to get a fill. You could try closer to the mid. But this is a leap. Like no one's gonna sell it to you dirt cheap for no reason. Especially at the price we're trading at. If we drop below like 100, maybe you could get a fill lower, but Fidelity shares go from 900 to 13K to 300K. IBKR just went from 1.1 million available to 100,000. Are they bouncing these back and forth between brokerages to somehow reset FTD times? Reshuffling? Just borrowing and returning. They can borrow them and use them to clear out long FTDs, but we don't really care about that. With all the book recommendations, so Options is Strategic Investment, Market Psychology by Mark Douglas, which one do you think, which one did you just mention for beginners? Securities Analysis. How do you get fast fills on options in a volatile stock without overpaying a lot on the option? Limit near the ask. Like, you're talking about like how to chase a contract? Usually want to go slightly above ask with a limit order. And you'll fill at the lowest possible price, but you'll get a fill. 900K shares of the 1.1 million short attack incoming. Yep. Dick's at 50%. Just filled 4250. Nice. There you go. Because of the multiple institutions that are short on GME, is there an event horizon point where nobody will want the last rat, want to be the last rat off the ship? Will they scramble to close first? That's generally why a position is managed by one entity, to prevent that scenario, right? Like a drug deal. Man, just realized March run up was the last time they needed 1 million shares to borrow. They borrowed, I think they borrowed 1 million in, a few million in, July and June as well, turd. I think in July we went from like 3 to 0, like 3.6 million in Fidelity down to 0. August too, if I'm not mistaken. August actually, I think Fidelity went from like 5.6 million down to 0. I'd have to look back through my old posts, but look at Discord. What am I looking for? ISDA just came out with a review on margin practices. Where's the info on long positions on IBKR? I have no idea. People are just like talking about it. That would imply that IBKR is slapped. Yes, I don't have any proof. I don't even have IBKR open right now. Someone wants to send me a screenshot of the long positions only. Do you recommend Intelligent Investor before securities analysis? You could do either one. I prefer securities analysis. I think they're using them right now. Volume ramping up on the drop. I guess I'm looking only at IBKR. Does Fidelity have historical borrow rate data to review? No, not that I'm aware of. my daily posts might be the only sources of historical fidelity borrowing. Sometimes I turn the chart upside down and pretend we're ripping. That sounds fun. Citadel's best positioned, I think, to manage it. So probably. Trying to push us down to max pan. Ooh, look at that volume spike. Exciting. I don't give any financial advice, Papa Cohen. Read the disclaimer. I'm not a registered fiduciary and thus incapable of giving financial advice. How about it would be if we hit SSR for tomorrow? Or do SSR have little effect? It's kind of irrelevant. Internalizing the action implies that they think that the price will be lowered later, right? Or they're just so fucked, they're doing whatever to get through this period. I mean, what they're doing is they're trying to avoid upside exposure by internalizing buy volume. This means that more sales print than purchases, right? Creating a negative effect on the price action. Do we just follow the SPY in the market? A lot of the times. Although I wouldn't say that the market's dipping really hard right now. We're just getting shorted. Generally, shorting on GameStop is used to exacerbate the effect of a decline in the market. Because algos that are tracking the market are buying and selling stock with movements in the price of the S&P or the Russell 1000, whichever one they track. And so if the market drops off, they'll start selling, right? And then the shorts can use that opportunity to piggyback on that selling by shorting, creating a more volatile downside so a greater effect to the shares used. What are the normal uses for internalization? The reason it's allowed it's so that the market maker can stabilize volatility in the market that they're making. Is it abused? Definitely, but a market maker's function is to provide liquidity and reduce volatility. How is that not price manipulation? How is it price manipulation? They're shorting down ticks, right? It's just good strategy. They can internalize sell orders too. Goalpost for validation of your quarterly DD. We've already validated it time and time again. I don't need to validate it anymore for you, Sir Dinkus. You're just stupid enough to think that FTDs mean the price goes to the moon, and that's not the case. They're still there. What type of music do you listen to? Name a few artists you enjoy. Nah. Doesn't stabilize volatility, contradict, provide liquidity. I mean, it depends on the scenario. Illiquidity can lead to increased volatility. How long can they keep shorting for? Seems like it will just continue and the chart will just trend the same way until how do we know how much money shorts are willing to spend to not go bankrupt? Oh, we don't. We just wait. Can you validate me? Like maybe just say you're proud of me. Good job, Baradactyl. Canned beans or soak dry beans overnight. I'm gonna get better flavor out of the soaked beans, JFresh. I don't listen to K-pop. I don't really listen to that much music. Sometimes I do. Trying to understand the buy pressure that we see is the remaining buy pressure that can't be net settled CNS after matching with a short with an internalized long 1-to-1. Essentially, yeah. The system gets overcrowded, and that causes buy pressure on the lit exchange. Where does mark-to-market accounting fit into any of this, if at all? After the execution of the trade? How come the borrow fee didn't change with the 1.1 million? Because there's significantly more than that available to borrow? Update Reddit. Probably a good idea. I love how all the shills come out like the day before anything's supposed to happen. At least do it after, right? Because if you do it before, you just sound fucking stupid. They didn't drive down the price on the date I said they have to cover on. They had to cover on the futures date last Wednesday. They covered. We ran up $20. Was that wrong too? You're a fucking idiot, man. I've dealt with you for months. It's always the same shit. You don't understand what the fuck you're reading. And if you're illiterate, why comment? How many positions do you think we have before they can average down enough to close their position? How many cycles do you think we have before they can average down enough to close their position? I have no idea. We don't know the extent of their position. Since FTDs will not push up our price, guaranteed, what do you think will be the greatest pressure to cause upside movement? I mean, the OPEC cycles are the greatest pressure point. If they're rolling large swaps, that's a large pressure point. Big pileups of FTDs are large pressure points. Missed out on 1/3 more profit by selling deep in the money PayPal put too early. The best indicators to look at when exiting an overnight earnings lotto. I mean, I don't know. I don't play them. There's no good indicator. It's just unpredictable price movement. I'm jacked that they dropped the price this much. It shows how much they watch their delta sensitivity. Retail buying far dated calls rolling is something they never envisioned retail doing. Yep. That's why I brought it up. Because their current plan was vulnerable to it. You should put a subtitle on your Reddit update with the quote, I love how all the shills come out the day before something is supposed to happen. Holding far dated in the money contracts is a way to make this pop, but not you individually, Moon. Everyone got burned, but everyone rolled and losses can be recovered. Got to scare everyone out of their weeklies before they run it. Yeah, get people to paper hands. It works. It's effective. Price goes down, people get sad. Tradable on Fidelity to 414K. Just sell your stock, Papa Kevin, if you don't want to be involved. Options volume especially low today. No, it's decently high. Some big put interest came in at around 1058 in the money Jan 19s. Quite a lot of them. Jan 19 2024s 510 and 320s. Did we end whatever date you're cited? Proved your DD up $20 or not? Of course we didn't end up $20. They shorted it back down. Also, the market tanked. I didn't say we could hold the price improvement either. I made no claims to that. Nice try. Predict the price movement. Fucking 3 months out. Big shill. Go fuck yourself. FUD increase proves are right. After watching this whole thing for more than a year, the amount of shilly FUD is inversely proportional to the price. Isn't there a CPI data coming out today? Not sure. Is it today? Last one was on 112. I don't think so. You prefer, could these discounts wait? Tune in on Friday. We'll see. Bear hypothesis, AMC is a dying company. Would you buy puts for Jan 2023 or sooner at $20 and sell them ASAP? It might be a good play. I mean, it's got room to the downside, but $20 is in the money. AMC's already down pretty significantly. There's just not that much room to the downside. It's like $16. So like buying puts on it's not that profitable, even if it goes bankrupt. I mean, I guess you could if you want to just like lock up a bunch of your money for a long time. I used to get pissy and ask negative questions, but I'm now slowly getting less shaken by the price action. Thanks for helping us keep level heads. I try. You're also held accountable to everyone's assumptions, didn't you know? I'm aware. Put post on SS saying options is the way. Have shill say DRS is the only way. Tank price. See, options are bad. Like a frog eating shill flies for breakfast. Thanks, heal me though. My view of stocks is so messed up because of GME. If a stock had no news or anything of note, shouldn't it just go sideways, not up and down $20 a day? Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of IBKR, people saying IBKR long only. Thank you for the screenshot. I appreciate it. I wonder if that means IBKR is listing it as hard to borrow. Very curious long only position. That's margin calls. You figured it out, a user. The direct correlation between GameStop price movement and the Fed RRP. Congratulations. You've solved the biggest mystery. Dude, I think he literally went and fucked himself. I mean, it'd be a better use of his time. Do you own NFTs? Random question. No. April calls down 20% by the dip. It's a pretty sweet dip. Looks like they were trying to dump us below max pan. We're moving into the end of the week, too, don't forget. Get rid of some of that hedging due tomorrow, right? T+2 from Tuesday. That big 10% run. Hilarious given SS was cheering when Darkpool was down, but DRS picked up. Now that Darkpool's back up, crickets. I mean, the DRS would never have had an effect on Darkpool volume anyway. It was just, the whole thing was silly. Do you not, in your early quarterly DDs, predict price points and higher floors? Yeah, but then we got shorted. So what's your point? The exposure is still there. The underlying thesis is the exposure windows. Those are there. They're obvious. They've been proven time and time and time again and continue to be proven well in advance of them occurring. If they short the shit out of the stock, the price is going to go down. That's it. It's pretty simple. I can't stop them from shorting the stock by writing DD about it. Do you think this massive short attack is indicative of a large dark pool dump coming this afternoon? Stock had a $30 swing yesterday. People need to chill. It could be. We'll see. This is an awful lot of intraday shorting. So it's curious. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 111 again today. Rocky said we could see 97 again before a bounce. Do you agree? Technically possible. I don't disagree with it. It would imply quite the bounce though if that were to happen. I'm grumpy this morning, but only because I didn't bloom my coffee grounds before I did my pour over. Epic fail. That is an epic fail. The IBKR notice is bullish. Yeah, but IBKR is used by a lot of like smaller brokers too, or smaller funds. Options fuzz the same people who talk about gamma ramps like they appear out of thin air. They don't. Yeah, they are built up over time. AMC is the real play. When the stock gets delisted due to Sluggo siphoning money off from all the pores, then Matt Kors will be seller boxing AMC for the infinite money glitch. The problem Sitting Bull is Shorty already covered on AMC. That's why it went up to $70 because it's wouldn't go up to $70 for any other reason. It's a worthless fucking stock. I wonder if people know that by selling their shares out of their IRA to then DRS them, that they're providing liquidity for FTDs to be cleared. Volume in GME calls past April is basically non-existent, especially relative to the volume on puts in that range. Yeah, most of the open call interest is out through April. You don't think test of Deanna's support would sustain an uptrend better? It could. I don't know. We have to backtrack quite a bit. I think maybe just some consolidation due today from the previous 2 days run and massive shorting. So I'm not super concerned with the current price point. This is fine. If we moon, will you pick up your coffee maker then? Maybe. My grinder? What options look attractive to you right now? None. I have enough. So if your DD has zero correlation with overall price movement, improvement, what use is it? Simply for making money off options? You can make money off of options. You also know the windows in which they are most exposed. So if retail ever decides to get off of their ass and do something about it, or if FOMO ever comes in, it will define the points in time in which the short hedge funds will be most exposed to that FOMO. I know you've gone over this ad infinitum, but do you have a clip on how DRS and options work together as a wombo combo? Name of the clip? I do. I don't know the name of it. Somebody else might. Hey Greg, I'm over here getting ready. My calls are heavy. The FTD cycle got me ready for the dip, but before the rip that we could possibly gamma into the rocket ship. Past Moon wins losses that he claims are flawless, and not realizing that we're about to blow. We only got one shot. Thanks, Slim Shady. Isn't it essentially monopoly on a position? No. It's pretty common, actually. Could DRS actually be hurting us in some ways? Or is it mostly net neutral effect? I messed up my last message. I mean, if people are selling and then DRSing, it hurts in the short term. It reduces FTDs. People should never sell their stock, right? They should just transfer it. And if they can't, then they should just hold it. But that's the only way it would be like that it would hurt anything. It's kind of just neutral. Like it could, there's potential for it to have an effect if the price of the stock runs really hard. Otherwise, it doesn't really do anything. When you say they short it, is this Citadel the hedge fund or the MM? Probably both. Yeah. It also lets people buy the dip. What do you think of June 680 calls? I'm actually thinking about buying some for volatility for OPEX. People just weren't here to remember that Wall Street Bets is and was all about options, which is what caused the January sneeze. Yeah. 50% of the stream is talking about internalizing dicks, bears bottoming out, and grinders. That's pretty accurate. What's your prediction for Jimmy's price by end of year without a short squeeze happening? It depends on announcements. It depends on if there's a market crash. There's too many variables there to say what will look like at the end of this year. There's a reason not a lot of institutions buy into GameStop. It's because it's unpredictable future potential. Greatest fun of all time will be when Jimmy Chill recommends Jimmy. Is it possible the bar shares increase or fulfilled FTDs? Yeah, absolutely. Seeing people on SS saying that unlike DRS, brokers will be able to lock up and set their own price points for you if MOASS happens. DRS will allow them to set their own price. Any validity to this? I mean, Computer Share is not a broker. So if brokers aren't transacting sales of an equity above a certain price, they don't have to transact them for Computer Share either. You understand that? Like, Computer Share has to use a brokerage to facilitate buy and sell orders. So if the brokers all band together and they're like, we're not letting anybody sell GameStop above fucking $5,000 or something, then nobody's selling GameStop above $5,000. They're just ridiculous hypotheticals. Have you ever come across any good visual representation of mass market mechanics? I'm sure it changes all the time, but this would be helpful. If you go into the announcements channel, I have my my chart for the cycles on GameStop posted, and you can look at that. Isn't illiquidity created from HODL? And DRS is a double-edged sword. Price goes up fast and down fast. Yeah, I mean the more volatile the stock becomes and the more illiquid it becomes, the faster the price movements on it become. But that also means that, you know, with that upside volatility potential comes downside volatility potential. So you can achieve higher highs, but also lower lows. They have a few brokerages that they use. I think Citigroup, Schwab, and someone else. Morgan Stanley. Give me an update. What's going on? They borrowed they say we had a bunch of shares returned this morning. A bunch of shares borrowed. Pretty big shorting campaign to drive us back below max pain. But it looks like trend reversed at around 103 and we're coming back up. We're sitting on max pain right now. Class action galore over the brokers. Someone is selling Gen 2023 320 puts. Selling or buying? Because they looked bought before. They still look bought. 7.5 million of them. The cost on them is being driven up too, which based on the drop would indicate that they are buying them. Those are long short positions. Or long put positions. I mean, there's not a bunch of FTDs today. There's some. But yeah, big shorting. Big shorting today, Steven. Can you explain why GME would put the number of DRS shares in their earnings report if not significant? Please and thanks. First of all statements and logs of the float are processed by Computershare, as they are the transfer agent. So when a 10Q is written, Computershare submits a report to GameStop's legal department or law firm who does their 10Qs. And that data is added to the 10Q. There's a few reasons that they may have chosen to include DRS. One, more than 5% of the float is closely held. Two, people asked for it. Three, Computershare is reporting the data, not GameStop. That's all. That's more than enough reason for me not to, weigh it too heavily. It's not like Ryan Cohen's personally writing the fucking 10Q for the company, which is, I assume, what people think. Like he's, slaving away at his desk in the middle of the night with a little lamp, just writing out pages and pages of the 10Q. Most of it's copy and pasted. They take the data, they put it into a 10Q format, they submit it to the SEC. All those legal disclaimers about short squeeze and short interest, Those are written by a law firm in order to warn future investors of the risk of purchasing GameStop and reduce their so-called fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. CPAs, 10K work is attributed. Fine. CPAs and legal teams. I'm not rolling any options to April. Not anytime soon. Please confirm if squeeze progression is FTDs to gamma to short. Does Volga fit into the progression as with the January sneeze? It should if variance swaps are held, right? Because in the FTDs cause volatile price action, which forces people holding variance swaps to hedge, which causes increased buying of put and call contracts, which creates more volatility, which leads to the Volga squeeze conditions that we saw last January. It seems like an equal stretch to claim that it was computer share and no higher up at GS cared or noticed it was included. Why would they care? What do you plan to roll, sell your March options? Later in February. End of February? 24th or 25th, probably. All the legal framework isn't done by the accountants. It's done by lawyers. Yes, accountants too. A January call would have a higher delta fret technician. How does President's Day impact your thoughts on OPEC states? I don't know if it does. We may see some pre-hedging again. I'd be wary of it. You're back to pronouncing lawyer funny. I don't pronounce it funny. It's lawyer. It's not lawyer. There's no loy. There isn't even a fucking O or a Y at the beginning of the word. Borrow rate IBK are up very slightly up to 2.26. Rebate still equal to borrow. Yeah. How doesn't English make sense? Law. You're. Not loy. This isn't a fucking word. Why are you in this play? Explain as if you're explaining to a 10-year-old. If you believe in a massive short squeeze, why, if your only catalyst relies on retail learning options? Seems like a stretch. Thanks. I mean, I'm in it because it'll go up anyway. It could be a stretch. Institutions can also buy options. So my reliance on retail to buy options to facilitate a squeeze is much lower than my assumption that institutions will eventually push the price up. They may wait for forward-leading statements or a lower price point, but they will eventually do it. The company's not going out of business, and my stock is still green, so why would I sell? It's caramel. Well, they just dropped the R, right? It's like Laya. What the fuck did I just walk into? Arguments about the proper way to pronounce lawyer. All of the like 90% of the narrative surrounding DRS and Ryan Cohen tweets are all work under the presumption that somehow they're trying to secretly reach out to us and provide us with a short squeeze instead of just doing their fucking jobs, which is absurd. Aluminium? I know it's aluminum. All Ryan has to do is announce a crypto NFT dividend and it blows up. And yet, he hasn't done that. Nor will he likely ever. No company in the past has ever taken steps to shake off shorting campaigns. Nope, never. But the most successful ones have always just been the ones that turned the company around. Sir Dinkus. A lot of people have tried a lot of ways of shaking off shorts, but the only one that works all of the time is building a successful company that is no longer worth shorting. Nike? You forgot Overstock, mate. That worked. Did it? Really? Are you sure? I don't think it was all that successful. Nope. Snickers, they don't. Overstock is also still locked in tons of legal battles, regardless of precedent they've set in previous cases. Couple years usually. S. Perry, 3 to 5. Yep, Overstock is still in litigation. They've won some cases, but they could lose others. I just want to know what country has low enough standards to have knighted a dingus. I think GameStop would realize a lot more value becoming a competitor in e-commerce than it would from an NFT marketplace. One of those things is worth far more than the other. Then why announce DRS total? Why not? Give me a reason not to announce it. You want them to do both. They could have just released a cash dividend if they wanted to give a dividend out and try to push the shorts off that way. They haven't done that because it's a growth stock and they shouldn't be investing money in fucking dividends. Because it took extra effort to do it, did it? I know it's done for a reason. Other companies have announced DRS numbers in the past. It's not frequent, but it's been announced before. I think that was for the vote count, A. Can you whisper into the mic sweet dilly chili sauce? No. The people arguing this are the same ones that also think Cohen has directly told us to DRS because of tweets that do nothing of the sort. I'm aware. Yeah, I agree, Jim. DRS is most likely an asset because their IR department received hundreds of requests. Yeah. This doesn't do anything. You can take all of the stock out of the DTCC's hands, and it doesn't affect their ability to short it or not report those short positions. Thoughts on how much Ivy would increase if we see something like November 3rd happen again? 40, probably like 40%. It depends on how much volume there is. It could be more. Off topic from the DRS matter. Do you think Tesla can continue this downtrend? Yes. Yeah, it got rejected here yesterday, and there's some pretty significant downside potential to it. Even on the low end, you're probably looking at a drop back to, well, I would look at 875 first, and then I would look, if it crosses that, I would say the next real support's around like the high 850s, 856. You know that 100%. I mean, I know that they short the stock without borrowing real shares or using a locate. What if you register all the shares and then nothing happens? Then what? In fact, it fulfills fiduciary responsibility to report unusual activity, which greater than 5% direct ownership rises to the level of. So they simply did as required. Bullish, yes. A secret sign, no. Yeah, I agree. We have more FTD exposure compared to November 3rd. FTDs were significantly higher. Are they going to be higher on GameStop directly? Probably, given the amount of shorting done. If they continue to shorten to the entire float is DRS, wouldn't that be irrefutable proof that all other shares are synthetic? Sure, but synthetic shares only exist for a period of time because they fail. See, you're still under the impression that there's a difference between a synthetic share and a real share, and they're both just shares. They are transacted as shares and treated as shares. If you make a perfect replica of a dollar bill in every regard, is it not just a dollar bill? Why does IBKR not allow conditional modifiers on trailing stop limit orders? Is this a general thing? A trailing stop limit? You should be able to set your trailing stop and your limit ratio. So how far from the stop you set your limit. What sort of conditional modifier are you trying to add? What do you care about synthetics if you also know it's legal through bona fide MM? I don't. I'm not the one complaining about the synthetics. I'm not sure what you're stating there, Walken. The last day to place FTDs is by Friday morning for tomorrow. For the FTDs due tomorrow, the last day to place them is by Friday morning. FTDs due today, the last time to place them is by tomorrow morning. Different FTDs due each day. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. So FTDs due on the 3rd. The latest the order can be placed is Friday morning. Wait. Yeah. Tomorrow's biggest FTD day of the whole cycle. No? Yep. How do you know the dollar's fake, Smooth? There's no way to tell. That's the point I'm making. Is that something is only a counterfeit or identifiable as a counterfeit if it is in some way different from the real thing. What about FTDs due yesterday? Didn't the order have to be put for this morning? They covered the FTDs due yesterday, probably yesterday. We had plenty of volume. Can ketchup go bad? I don't know. Maybe. Please try to be nice to people. It's pointless. Being nice doesn't accomplish anything. How can our shares be real if our eyes aren't real? You don't know what happens when we get there. That's my dislike of it. It's just pointless endeavor. It'll take years to come to fruition, and by the time it does, any short positions still on the stock will have been closed out. Why does having your name on it make a difference? Cat ripping? It's just going up. It looks good. Not ripping. It's still down for the day. Why specifically Feb 3rd for the biggest FTD date? That's when the any futures that were satisfied via ETF share creation. So any forward contracts that had to be satisfied via ETF share creation, the FTDs for that will be due tomorrow. Okay, good luck with it. Let me know how it goes. Do you believe all shares outstanding are currently bought and being held? All floats are owned. Do you think there's stocks sitting around with big piles of unowned shares? I mean, there are, but not many of them. Yeah, but they're not going to see us for a locate, are they? You're still assuming that they want your share. Which is a rare occurrence. The short hedge funds don't want to indebt themselves to the lenders, become beholden to them. They'll just use synthetic creation because they don't need your share for that. And if they were at risk of DRS blowing them up, wouldn't they just get out of their short positions before DRS reached 100%? Did I just read that you believe shills push DRS? I didn't say that. Did I just read that you believe? Where did you read that? Did I write it? I don't think any shills pushed DRS. So why are they trying to get us to sell our shares if they don't care about our shares? They want us to sell because they want liquidity. And I don't think they really care about us selling their shares. I think they want us to sell options contracts. That's why they short it under delta neutral. Do you still want to play for MOASS or just the long term? Whatever comes. Both. Can you say it though? It'll be fun to watch them scream. If an entire float is owned, wouldn't that mean that the stock's underlying value is out of equilibrium? How? Spy's such a little tease today. Did you cover why they're back to borrowing lots of GME shares rather than puts and ETF creation got too expensive? They could have dried up the liquidity there. Turd and Lenixis were digging into the possibility that they start borrowing GME shares when the XRT dividends do. Like the X dividend on XRT approaches. Because they don't want to pay the dividend on shorts borrowed from XRT. What are your thoughts on deep and the money puts on shift search today? Just a way to drive the price down. Synthetic shorting. $18 million in puts just bought on shift search. Ouch. I mean, not just bought because they're 15 minutes old. 8 million? Not 18. I don't see 18 million. If they have to cover tomorrow, it makes sense for them to drive the price down and try to pull out their put positions in the short term. Kenny's gonna wait for everyone to DRS, then run it hard again in after hours to cover everything and crash it back down before anyone can get out of computer share. That'd be funny. Is there someone I can apply to become a shill? I don't think anyone wants to pay you. We know from the SEC report that FOMO is what they're most worried about. Absolutely. If Jimmy is DRS to the level of Dillard's and options liquidity dries up, does that remove the ability to gamma squeeze? And that is the difference between a squeeze and MOASS. It's a little different. Dillard's has a very tiny float, but yeah, I mean, if they stop making an options market for GameStop, that would stop the potential for a MOASS type situation. What would that look like to you? A break of 120? At a break of 120, I'll buy some like out of the money fucking weekly calls. Supply demand isn't the goal for a fair market value, not to be completely dry on the supply side. If supply is completely gone, price is supposed to increase to regain equilibrium, right? Wouldn't that indicate that supply is not gone? The supply is sellers. The price goes up, and that releases liquidity by causing people to sell, as does the price going down. It's not that the shares aren't already held. The deck doesn't want it. So can you give us some camera stare, a shout out, and an ASMR voice for our favorite toy of Matt Core's? I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood to stare at the camera right now. Maybe later. John Jar Banks. If the reports show that the sneeze was driven by FOMO and not shorts covering, their shorts just got cycled through, or do they hold shorts from last year? They may hold some. They may have gotten rid of some. They've created others. You say at a break of 120, if you expect massive covering tomorrow, any chance buying a weekly today would be work then? Would work? Eh. I'll just wait. 100%. They've internalized way too much. I'm not going to take the chance. 100% plus of the float DRS sounds cool as fuck. Okay. I think they'll just if a squeeze happens on GameStop, they're gonna push hard to curb retail's ability to buy options. I'm not muted. Stack is cool. You're very excited, Hamburger McCheeseburger. I like it. It's lifting my mood. I'm glad you worked today to be busy. I'm glad work picked up today to be busy because this price action is boring. Hoping for an exciting afternoon. We'll see. At least we found stability around Max Payne, so. Actually, isn't Max Payne at 106? I thought Max Payne moved up. Did I not move the little line? Where the fuck is Max Payne? This is at 106. Son of a bitch. KBS below Max Payne. Not at, slightly below. No, it's not impossible to resolve a short position just because it exceeds the amount of the float, Richard. Didn't I explain this yesterday or like the day before extensively? Run up later today or tomorrow as it looks right now. We might see some upside later into today. That has to fight 205 again. Yeah, it has a hard time with that resistance. Shills pushed DRS. This actually hurts Jimmy because Fluffiosa. Oh, that's not me. You said I said. Mitchell. I didn't say that. I don't think there's ever been a need for a shill in the GameStop community. It's far too easy for the community at large to be influenced by nonsense. Why would they pay anyone to do it? You explain how they can use CNS to cover their FTDs but not close their short positions. Nope, that's both. It covers both, Shroomy Boom. It's just expensive. Their only reason for not covering is not because they can't. It's because it costs a lot of money. They don't want to lose money. They're not in that business. At what time frame are you concerned about GameStop not issuing future guidance? In other words, is it normal turnaround plans aren't offered for over a year? Oh, absolutely. Uh, I would say at like the 2-year mark, if I haven't heard anything, that would be concerning. They've announced plenty of things, none of which have begun yet. You make bank playing weeklies on Tesla. I haven't played Tesla a lot lately. It is a stock that I trade pretty often normally. Bipolar, I humbly request you stare into the camera responding to all questions. No. Continuous net settlement just is a way to wash the fails to deliver. All brokers put shares in one bucket. They continuously net bucket settle. First in, first out, i.e. kick the can. It doesn't kick the can. It gets rid of the FTD. It doesn't move the FTD forward. Otherwise, all of our FTDs over the course of the year would just be piled up on every FTD reporting cycle. What you were saying just doesn't make any sense. No, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. If 110% of shares are owned, exposure of this would cause the price to rise until no more than 100% of shares are owned, correct? In a perfectly efficient market. It's not real. There is no efficient market. The efficient market hypothesis is absolute bullshit. I still understand when CNS can be used to cover in this manner less than 1 million volume. CNS runs every morning and every night during after hours. Yeah, I think some FTD volatility tomorrow. Probably buy pressure favored. We'll see what that does. It'll either be a lot or it won't. I'm not taking it personally. I understand what you're saying. It's just that's not how it works in practice. You have outstanding, for many companies, outstanding contracts in excess of 100% of the float at all times. Which doesn't represent direct ownership, but it represents the right to own. They kick the can every time through CNS, washable, then next T plus 69, roughly they do it again with FTD exposure. They're not able to wash and kick again. No, they create synthetics. Those synthetics fail. They get pumped through CNS. The ones that exceed the amount of volume that CNS can handle get printed to the lit exchange. I think up. I'm bullish on tomorrow. You said yesterday, if theta factors in, it slows down. Yes. The rate of decay slows down the deeper a contract goes into the money. I look at the price action over the last 24 hours or so, and it looks like they're covering. I agree. I've explained CNS in detail in several clips already. I don't really want to go into it again. It's continuous net settlement. There is no T plus 69. It's a meme, right? Cycles occur within a defined parameter because they're cycles, right? And they're defined by dates that occur every quarter. But the like 69 calendar days between FTD peaks can also be like 67 or 70. It's not definitively 69. And the original CNS T plus 69 DD was based on a 42-day trading window that usually, but not always, was 69 days long. This did not apply to ETF FTDs. Not because ETF FTDs aren't faced with the same liquidity issues through CNS that GME ones. It's just that they occur in a different time frame. How can we know for sure that internalized order data just isn't being deleted instead of being printed to the lit market? I mean, all of it's processed through the SEC. There's a continuous audit trail, Stefan. They cancel out the FTDs and clear them, and then they need to cover their books again. No, they cancel out the FTDs and clear them. End of process. No more. The FTD is then gone. The position is no longer failed once the FTD is satisfied. Do you have a schedule for School of Stock? Not really. I'm just going to add videos as I have time to make them. Days to cover spiked hard. Cool. Why doesn't the SEC ban consolidation of short positions? I don't know. Ask them to. I sense the bearish tone coming from chat. What would it take for you to say the GME play is over? I mean, it never, in a sense, it never will be. You mean, what will it take for me to say the short squeeze is over? Probably a couple confirmed cycles of lack of exposure to these FTDs. As long as they're trapped in this cycle of creating FTDs and attempting to suppress the price, the potential for MOASS exists. If they are able to break free of this, if they have reduced their exposure to the point that they are no longer creating these cycles, then that would indicate that no, there is no more, or the potential is greatly reduced for a short squeeze. But as long as this shit continues and they continue to create basically nonstop synthetic FTDs, then we're fine. And I'm not concerned. Then we're holding for fundamentals. Yeah. I don't know why people think the SEC makes a difference or the DTCC gives a shit about the rules or regulations they write. Yeah, I didn't hear no bell. And then it'll go up again from where we're trading now. And people will be all happy. And then it'll go down and people will be sad again. This is just the way. People expect no rules to be followed because that's what they've been taught. But it's not that the rules aren't followed. It's just that there's ways to exploit the rules. And exploiting of the, like, finding those loopholes is not illegal. Unethical, yes, but not illegal. Fuck all the FUD. Thank you, Manuel. Cohen's gag order is over. Will this result in an action from Cohen? It could. The SEC doesn't have teeth. They're not a law enforcement organization. I just want to give you a thank you for putting up with another day of nonsense, questions, and shilly behavior. Thanks, Mox. It's okay. I only have to do it on the days when we're down. What's up, Dan for Hire? You know, a lot of it's not FUD. People are scared. The price of the stock is down. They want answers. And there's nowhere to get them. And so I'm there, right? Like, because I'm like a public figure in this, they seek those answers from me or that confirmation from me. It's not shilling or FUD. It's just fear. They're just like you. So they can learn or not, but, you know, it doesn't make them bad or evil. False. Yesterday we were up and negativity nonsense factor was through the roof. It's true. That's because we weren't up enough. Do you have a personal price target for Jimmy for like a long hold or for a squeeze? For a squeeze, no, because it's ridiculous to set a price target on a squeeze. They have infinite potential. For a long hold, I don't know, 350 to 500, somewhere in that range. For at least a portion of my position, I would say like 350 to 500. I've been holding AMD forever and still haven't hit my final threshold for the rest of my position to be sold. I only have a problem with them trying to make everyone else have fear. And that's part of why I address it, Hazlef, right? Because there's a logical response to a lot of the like negative emotion. It's probably too late for me to clip it, Shroomy Boom. If you have the timestamp, drop it in the clips channel. Because if I clip it, it's just going to be like a bunch of mess and it's going to be hard to edit. And I suck at editing. If we lock the float in DRS, nothing happens. Do you think we should look at finding genie lamps, leprechauns, or do you think good old human sacrifice would be enough for MOASS? I forgot to cancel my pigeon whale to buy a share of Jimmy, so here I sit with a bunch of people who is sad where we were trading 20 above or low of last week. Thanks for your efforts. I'll give you an extra special session behind the dumpster later. Wink, wink. On the house. President Darth Dan. Pigeon whale for 9 months. Riku to you, sir. Thank you so much. If people are this worried right now, they're going to paper hand anyway. Most people are going to paper hand at some point during a short squeeze anyway. That's just the way that works. I do think people will hold far longer in a GameStop short squeeze than they would have held for any other fucking short squeeze ever. But the increase in price to drive the release of liquidity is a very effective mechanism. How can you find out how long you've been a member? I have no fucking clue. Thanks for everything you do, Gurk. Love seeing you and the pickle people every day. Thanks, B-Watts. Ban Darth Dan. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. He's challenged you to a chug off. Click on See Perks button next to the I'm not subscribed. Oh shit, I am. Am I still a fucking pigeon whale on my own channel? Oh, son of a bitch. Can someone remind me to fucking cancel that? It's not amazing. I'm just giving YouTube like $40 a month. Trickle up economics. Thanks, Rocket Dodger. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How did I forget to do that? It's okay. This isn't the worst example of this. Do it now. Everyone will think you're dropping the plugins. Cancel it now, call YouTube, explain the situation, and get your money back. I could try. Do we get to shame you if you cancel your own membership? No. Type 69 short squeeze signal on or tags. What? Oh, I have a band-aid on my forehead. Like right there. Don't ask. A weird night on Tinder. Did you say you're as bullish today as you are a month ago? Yeah. Did you cut yourself shaving? Baradactyl, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
I don't think I can use a super chat. It doesn't even give me the option. Hit your forehead on the dumpster? No. Ka can never return. He is forever shamed. Also, being a pigeon well was getting to his head. John Jar Banks, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate it. No, it was an accident. Give me one good reason I shouldn't sell all my GME right now and donate it to an orphanage. Because they'll just use it to pay the salaries of their employees and the children will see little to no benefit. Where are we on the Piggly Wiggly chart? $69 accident flex. It wasn't from 69ing. Thanks, Trash. You've helped me learn how to make smarter options plays, and I've made some scratch off it. It's only fair to give back, brother. Thanks, dude. Do you have a dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat that says show your support for Pi-Fi? That's where we can see if you have a free super chat. I don't. I have a smiley face and an analytics button. I wonder what the analytics button does. I know it creates a poll, so I can emoji or create polls. And those are the only options it gives me. Thanks, Johnny A. Can you explain how Google's 20-to-1 split might be bullish or bearish? It can attract new investors because it will be priced at a cheaper price point. Usually that causes a run pre-split and then post-split a drop-off. How much percent of your GME shares have you DRS'd? 0.00. I have an account though, so I could do it at any time. If shares are lent out, can they still be used by the lender to write covered calls? I assume not. Yeah, I think so. I don't see why not. They can recall them to satisfy the covered call. Internalizing Dick's accident? No, it was not. 404 member not found. Phil Rocker, does Pigeon Wheel cost same like Dillionaire? No, costs 4 like Dillionaire. Average cost basis pool. I think we did one of those before, and everyone just lied. Would 100% DRS shares not decrease liquidity to 0? Sure. Let me know when it gets close. Mark Stevenson, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man.
Welcome to
What's with the Cornishon FOMO today? It's because it's down.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
You need to have a Pigeon Whale membership through Ko-Fi, not YouTube, but then they don't get the YouTube benefits. What are you rolling March 18s? I wouldn't roll them until the end of this month. I really don't have any intention of rolling March 18s. If we hit the date that I would roll them, I would just close my options position and wait. But not until they're good all the way out through Feb OPEX. I have no intention of rolling them anytime soon. I just rolled out of my Feb 18s. You need to share your views on the Joe Rogan controversy. This is the most important issue in our society today. I don't know anything about it. I don't care. That's my view. Thanks, Amy. At the exact date and time. I know you have them. Licensed to Bill. Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. That's super cool. Appreciate it. I'm gonna play the full Long Johnson song.
Long Johnson.
It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah. Not quite as good as a billionaire. It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah.
What would you say is retail's average cost basis? Hold on, I'll tell you. It's gone down a little bit recently because of the big dip. Within $20 of 186.54. So between the vast majority of retail's cost basis is there between those two numbers. Nice, the Hamanist. Where did you get those numbers from? I just pulled them out of my ass. No, it's weighted VWAP since the March dip. It was the last time we saw any significant retail selling. Is 186.54. And since the stock is traded within about $20 of that range for the majority of the year, you can assume that the vast majority of retail holdings are within a range of that price point. And it'll be accurate. Fluffy is right. Never trash. Keep that in the 510 channel. Anyway, I already ate Fruity Pebbles on stream, so nice, J-Ken. There's probably about 20% or so of retail holdings that are either above or below that range. The recent dip has allowed many to average down much costlier positions. Wait, so the retail's average at 180, wouldn't that mean the price is fake? It does mean the price is fake. What's the TLDR so far today? They borrowed a bunch of shares, shorted the fuck out of the stock. Now they're covering FTDs right below max pain. Can my sugar baby 510 mascot emoji on YouTube? What are you talking about? The hugging pickle? It's not time for it yet. You don't get an emoji until your 510s print. Buying 100 shares at this price wouldn't improve my cost basis. I mean, it would, because it's lower than your current cost basis. It may not significantly improve your cost basis, but it would improve it, even if just a little. Can we say BlackRock got 10% more shares to allow borrowing? Probably. Yeah, BlackRock isn't anybody's friend. AMD crossing VWAP. Good. I'm more concerned with AMD crossing 130 than I am with it crossing VWAP. 129.50 to be precise. Hmm. Max Payne's at 106. DN's at 97. How long's it been since we've seen that many shares to borrow on IBKR? Pre-November, I think. Before the November run up. Maybe not. Maybe that was only like 800,000 or 600,000. Did you just confirm that there may be a hugging pickle in the works? I've never wanted to exercise these 510s more. 510 hugs. It's under consideration, Pickle Morty. Tinder resulted in the Band-Aid. I mean, that's what the lawsuit says. Specifically, a ring resulted in the Band-Aid, but that's too much information. Have you got some new on why Turd was talking about Feb 7th for the peak? I'm not fully sure if he explained it to me. 150 calls for April? Bullish. Thanks, Turd. Short socks or long socks? Bare feet. I'm not going to ban people who mention DRS. No, not Puerto Rican Fluffiosa. Romanian. See any link between Fed rising rate and Jimmy's upside? If the rate goes up, a row goes up, and that could have some interesting effects. Romanian. Picked up Andy earlier 121s. So you're looking for a break of 130. I mean, yeah, I had leaps yesterday. I sold them at market open. And then I still have leaps that I'm bag holding up at like 140. So I wanted to break 130 because that will have a nice effect on those. But for it to return to its previous trend, it needs to break back up above 130. Would you consider banning people that are asking you to ban people? Probably not, also. I really only ban people that are awful. Like, real, just not contributing anything, ranting in chat, or saying, you know, like terrible things, which doesn't really happen too often because of the word filter. But is it possible to submit a trailing stop limit order that only activates at a higher than current price point? No. That only activates at a higher than current price. I mean, if it's trailing, it's going to follow the price of the stock. But to have it set conditionally so it only goes into effect, I don't know how you would do that. You'd have to get like automation software. What are the chances of the float getting locked? Eh. I mean, once Koala's Hugger started going off about fucking honing his immune system, that was just it. He'd already been annoying enough. Some people are closer to that line than others. Like one of these days, Smooth is going to get way too high and will probably get banned. It hasn't happened yet, but no FTD volume equals FTD gone wrong. Let's just admit we have no idea what's going on. There is FTD volume. Redemption scar. Lots of it. If you haven't noticed, our volume and our average 3-month volume has done nothing but go up for these last several weeks. 1269, time to fly. Well, we tried. Maybe. We'll see. Smooth Gotti was just an example. I'm sure one day Stefan will annoy me enough for me to time him out. Average volume used to be 1.1 million barely. Now some days we get 3 million. Yeah. I am from Chicago, Afghanistan. I've seen firsthand what war does to a country. Good to know, Ken Griffin. So is the true earnings play to buy far dated contracts a few weeks before earnings, profit the IV, and sell the day before the IV crush? I think the real earnings play is to just strangle them and sell out of the money puts and calls when IV's at its highest. Well, so this is what you could do. First of all, IV really only runs into anticipated earnings, right? This means that, you know, the market's excited about the potential for this earnings scenario. So you can do is you can buy down here long before the earnings. You can buy far dated calls. Not too far dated though. You want them fairly close because the closer the call is, the more the IV spikes. The farther dated, like if it's a leap or something, then the IV is not going to go up that much. Usually like weeklies or like 2 weeks out, maybe monthlies, depending on the earnings. And then when it approaches earnings, you sell a strangle. And then the next morning when the IV's at its highest, so call and put. And then the next morning you can sell off the side that's underperforming. And that way you get to sell IV to the people who are bullish in either direction. It is an ascending triangle. Basically a perfect one. It's bullish. You're not in my top 3 most hated. Not even close, but You can be irritating at times. Like yesterday, you got all high and just started reading me off the names of various like culinary dishes. Thoughts, roots of desperation. I mean, it brings the price down. Hmm. The mid on these has fallen off a tiny bit. What about me? I'm your most bullish viewer. But you're a paper-handed bitch, Velvet Jupiter. I can't put you in the top 5. I'm sorry. Will you accept top 100? Shadow Ban Yeti. Why? Because he hangs out in here all day and says bearish things. It's good. It keeps it from being an echo chamber. Not well, sort of. You did make me money, cool daddy. I bought HNT because of you. Due to your not financial advice. I don't really care where I am as long as I'm on the bottom. It's kind of my thing. Interesting. Was there an incel convo earlier? I mean, are you asking if incels were having a conversation? Probably. Were we talking about them? No. Could a company hold more than 100% of its own stock and pay dividends to itself? I guess if they really wanted to. Wouldn't that just be like a private company? If you had an extra 10K lying around, what calls would you in GME would you get? I probably wouldn't ask a YouTube streamer that. A lot of people say they're bullish on GME, but how many of them are so bullish they're willing to use their real Google accounts in the comments section? A few. Hey, we just broke VWAP and volume's climbing. Haven't looked at GDRX. But I'm looking at it now. What does it do? It's going up. Everything's bouncing right now also because of the market. So lots of things. I mean, just look at like fucking almost any stock. They're all doing similar shit. What's your best non-fiduciary, non-financial advice? Get a vasectomy. Is Ortex data worth it? I don't think so. What's on Groupon? Biggest holding in XRT. Wait. Interesting. What did this just rip with XRT ripping though? Oh, that company's not worth nearly as much as I thought they were. I already own Google, so I'm not really too concerned with buying some for the pre-split price rise. I think most of it has already occurred already. It could see higher valuation though. There's potential for it. Make sure you give yourself time. Sorry if you've gone over. Is there any truth in IBKR has moved to close only on GME put positions? Supposedly. You own Google? Yeah, for a while. I've had Google shares for a pretty decent amount of time. I'll finally have enough to sell covered calls on them too, which I'm pretty stoked on. I'll be able to sell a lot of covered calls on them. Are you just trying to get banned, Yeti? Why do you hang out in a GME stock stream if all you're gonna do all day is bitch about GameStop? Like, don't you have something better? Like, go fucking like pick your asshole or something. You could literally anything you could do with your time would be better than what you're doing with it now. I like to live dangerously. So go do something dangerous. Like, can't you like play in traffic? Do you live near a road? Like, you don't see me going and trolling AMC chats. I understand the appeal, but why bother? Fuck you, you son of a bitch, Velvet Jupiter. Welcome back, bruh. Guys, don't let Velvet Jupiter use his position as a pigeon whale to try to convince you to send him pictures of your feet.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I agree with certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 Street. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht.
So you're doing like a short and distort, Yeti?
Hey, seriously, guys?
Didn't you get kind of fucked in November, though?
Not a cult. Not a cult.
I hope you bought those puts I sold down at 87. How are those working out for you? Can you compare Jimmy to Carvana long term? Wait, are you serious? I don't know if you're telling me the truth or not, turd. What does this company do? Similar run-ups, but more sustained. Although it's gotten slammed after August. Interesting. Nice turnaround. Small float for such a big company. Mr. Good, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man.
To Cornichon. Cornichon. Car shop.
They also finance the purchase. Oh, okay. I was like, that seems overvalued for car Craigslist. I didn't realize that they did self-financing. Can I subscribe with Cash App? I have no idea, dude. You say we, like you're a hedge fund or something. Ugh, whatever. I'll just ban him. It's not like you can't just create another YouTube account. I sold 16-inch Power Stroke with 280,000 miles for 35,000. I bought it for 40 in 2014 with 70k miles. Suckers. 16 foot. Oh. My car is worth more than I bought it for right now. I don't drive it a lot though, so it's not like I put mileage on it. I'm sure they'll be able to adapt. I put something in the Louvre for you. No. Have you ever even picked up your car from when you bought it? Or is it still sitting on the lot waiting on you? No, it's what are you talking about? How much is parking free? I mean, it's not free. I get a ticket like every 2 weeks or something. Sometimes. Why is predicting a Black Swan event against a well-capitalized and knowledgeable opponent by amassing a bunch of degenerates and bots on Reddit so challenging? Gurk, put in the Konami code or something. Thank you, Draxx. Actually, the Konami code stream was big ups. That was a great day. I won't buy an old car more than 7 to 10 years that has weirdly low miles. I prefer 98 Corollas with 500,000 miles. I mean, it's a great car. It's unlikely that unless some extreme event occurs, they're not going to unleash all of the internalization at once. They'll try to leak it out slowly. We're learning a theme here. The grinder, the pigeon whale sub, the car, the mold. You tend not to follow through. I don't like doing things, frankly. Um, like if it requires more than a minimal amount of effort, I'm usually not interested, which shocks me that I'm still doing this every day. But I feel like trading would be boring without it now. Huh. Does this car have a rear window? Don't all cars have rear windows? No, I don't care about the online interactions. I'm not going to say I hate the stroking of my ego, because I don't. But do you have a video on where the shorts are hiding their short positions? Or maybe that's a disingenuous question. Are shorts hiding their positions? Oh, absolutely. I mean, shorts always hide their positions. They don't fucking report that shit. If shorts reported their positions, they would just get squeezed all the time. What you got to do is ignore the people who annoy you unless they pay for you to read their comments. I don't like that. I don't like the whole like pay to read my comment fucking. I feel like other streamers do that shit intentionally, and it's just so fucking scummy. Like if I did that, I wouldn't have read your comment just now, Matt. That's not cool. Like the streamers are just like, I'm gonna pretend that the chat doesn't exist. What the fuck are you there for? And the real thing is people like Matt Kors don't know the answers to the questions they're being asked. So it's much better for them to just ignore them. That way they can retain an air of intelligence where none exists. Did some married lady's ring pwn your face? Not pwn, but like grazed. No, not the other part either. How did DFV uncover that Jimmy was shorted? Is there a way to find out? I mean, all of the technical indicators. I mean, you can look at OBV from like 2014 to 2021 to see the extent of the short position taken on GameStop. Is this new that they're buying a lot of in the money puts the day before they're supposed to cover? I mean, it's something they've been doing almost every day throughout this FTD cycle, is buying a lot of in the money puts and shorting. So the puts are to stabilize price at the low price point, right? So they short every day pretty much where a decent number of FTDs are due. They short the price down with borrowed shares and ETF creation to the extent that they can use it. And then, you know, they buy out of the money puts here before they short. And that helps a little bit, but these are always like weeklies because they're cheap. And then once they get the price down to a level where they're comfortable covering, they'll start to cover within that range. And if it starts to slip that range, or there's a risk of a gap up, they'll buy a bunch of in the money puts to quickly drive the price down again, so it doesn't get too out of control. And it's a system they've been using for a few weeks now. It's effective at clearing out FTDs. Melvin and Light Street lost 15%. Melvin's opening a long fund. Thank you, Olga. I appreciate that. Gherkin, I'm working on a startup company. Do you think I would have any luck emailing college professors to see if their students would work with me? I just want to work with people. You could probably reach out like on campus, like maybe like a guerrilla campaign for, are you trying to get like interns or something? Joke's on you. I pay and still don't get my comments read. That's not true. I read your earlier comment. Short hedge funds close out all positions in a typical squeeze, or just enough to satisfy their margin? Usually all. If it's a short squeeze, all. When you say clearing FTDs, is it more accurate to say resetting or can kicking? No, it's more accurate to say clearing. They are gone. They are no longer a failure to deliver. I get my ultra smart comments read, but never my funny comments. I'm fairly smooth, so I don't have ultra smart comments. We're still covering the biggest chunk of FTDs. What will be the catalyst for MOASS? We already know how short squeezes start. The most likely scenario is FTDs in excess of what the system can handle will lead to a volatility squeeze. Price action assisted by a gamma ramp, which will then lead to a gamma squeeze as those large number of in the money call contracts get exercised. And a gamma squeeze could then lead to a short squeeze. This is where it always starts. This part doesn't always exist. This really requires variance swaps to be on the underlying. But those exist on GameStop. We have pretty definitive proof of them. Even if a catalyst is announced, that process will still be the same. I mean, yeah, that's going to be how you're going to have to find people. You could even reach out to professionals who may want to assist with their time. That'll be a little harder, but not necessarily a failed endeavor. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Faint heart never won, fair maid, all that. When FTD created via ETF share creation is cleared via CNS, when Bob sells to Alice, does the FTD not just get carried over when Alice's new share isn't delivered? Nope. Nope. Totally synthetic process. Creation, failure, covering, and clearing of the FTD all can occur without a real share ever traded. And does every day. Even with a catalyst, they will use it to force the price down the same as earnings. I mean, they'll try, yeah. You get a pickle on screen? I'd probably have one in here somewhere. Oh, I have to put a pigeon wheel up. Oop. There we go, this guy. It is, synthetically. Are you hoping FTDs for the cycle are too much for their strategy of buying puts, shorting, and covering? Ideally. Or, and this can happen too, a long buys in and blows up their put position. Which song, Mocha Chobi? Is there? Oh, there are two pigeon wheels. I have to copy this. Hold on. The Dilly song? The fuck? How does that keep happening? How many GME shares do you have? More than enough. People get worried about FTDs not carrying over, and they're looking at it the wrong way. It's the methods they use to cover those FTDs prevent future problems. Yes.
No, like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not
Which is, yeah, that's what drives these cycles, is because it's a constant, they're constantly trapped in this process of creation and redemption to clear and net settle these. 1 second, guys. No, I'm trying to make spanakopita in my oven. It's not going well. Had to open a 5th credit card to re-up my Pigeonwell membership, as my other 4 25K limits are maxed out. My credit score has dropped more than GameStop this past month. Not to worry though, as I'll be able to sell my fractional share of GME for millions to pay off my debt. That's awesome, Velvet Jupiter. Why are you stop maxing out all your credit cards on OnlyFans? I know what you're up to. IBK are just restricted options to sell only. Or selling, right? Homemade spanakopita? It's made at a restaurant, not at home. Nokia calls or puts? It doesn't matter. It never changes price. You've got 5K. Are you buying deep in the money or a few at the money, and why? I would probably buy at the money because I'm bullish, but it's up to you. Fuck me in the pants. You can sell puts again on IBKR. It was a bug. Okay. I don't need an air fryer. I have a convection oven. Better fee getting ahead of it this time. See, what you guys don't know, because many of you have only experienced trading this last year, is that financial software is plagued with glitches, old, and wildly unreliable. Been trading for years, not successfully, but for years. That's fine, Justin Redente. No judgment. Is your convection European or American, like a pour? It's a European convection. I've also got a steam feature in my oven. I went all out. I can sous vide on my burners. It's phenomenal. I never use it. I just use it to reheat frozen food and leftovers from restaurants. Why do you have so little contracts on this account? I don't fund this account very much. I don't know why. I mean, it's got shares. I could fund it more, but that requires me like moving a bunch of money around. I don't really feel like it. And then we're gonna like partially fund it. That doesn't make sense. Also, it's not a margin account, so like how much money do I really need in it? Stefan showing a little support line with this mighty staff. Can the broker ask for cash on margin if you have calls? If you have calls on margin. Eminent domain, not imminent domain. And no, that's not what that does. When you respond to me, can you say old sport from now on, like Gatsby? It's like one of my least favorite books. In a mint domain. If they smash the price of lending shares, even if the shares will be totally DRS, how do they continuing crime up for DRS? The shares aren't totally DRS. What the fuck are you talking about? Alan, you just come out of the blue with these horribly constructed sentences that don't make any sense. And then tag me in them, even worse. Do you have a favorite landscape? Mountains, ocean, city? I like walls. I know what eminent domain does. I don't see how they'd use it for this. That would, I feel like, set a new precedent. It's been used for property. Like land. Is that like prima nocta? Sort of, except worse. Apparently, they were restricting by accident the selling of puts on GameStop. Securities are an asset. I guess they're only your property if you DRS them. Don't complete DRS this on your knowledge or just bias. What? Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. DRS makes them property in kind. Interesting. Thanks, Mr. Fitness. I appreciate it. You ever sell put credit spreads on GME? Not often. It's not a terrible strategy. I know you spent a lot of time thinking about ways the short hedge funds could possibly get out of this. Could you elaborate on your thoughts on this? I have. There's several clips where I cover. I think one of them is actually called "How Do They Get Out?" You could go check that out. I use a bunch of different brokers. I have WeBull, Fidelity, Vanguard, IBKR, Schwab, Tastyworks. I have a private broker. He's asking why not to DRS. I don't care if people DRS or they don't DRS. It means nothing to me. Yeah, the cost is the risk of destabilization of the put position. Nano. What dictates which broker you use on any given trade? Usually wherever I have funds settled. Or if I'm like, if I need to take a margined position, like if I'm selling puts, there's really only one brokerage I use for that. I primarily use one brokerage for buying calls. Having somebody on the NYSE trading floor does not seem like the fastest way to execute my orders. Is it appropriate to say DRS is a tool on a tool belt of things that could help to initiate MOASS, including options? Sure. It's like a flathead screwdriver. Sometimes you need it. Oh, no. A fully DRS float does not stop bona fide market making, nor does it stop ETF share creation. If that's what you're asking, Alien. Sentences are just very difficult to get through, and it's hard to grasp what you're talking about there. No, the contracts expired. The futures contracts expire. So you just have a Lowe's account created from when you decide to buy a flathead screwdriver? Yeah. Prepared for the eventuality, but not focused on it. I have an Encore burr grinder. Love it. Check out James Hoffman videos. He's the Gherk of coffee. I'm the Gherk of coffee. No, I like Hoffman. He's cool. He's like wildly caffeinated yet focused at the same time. No, the contract expires. The FTDs are due because the contract was satisfied synthetically. Bob. How have I claimed MOASS cannot occur? Rook and pawn. Not a lot, mostly flat. Can you draw a bull flag on the week? No, that's not how that works. Do you have any advice for people who trade with accounts more than 25,000 if they've never been able to before? Asking for a friend. Watch your margin limits and make sure that you have a strict risk management plan. You literally just said MOASS cannot occur. No, you said that. I read it. Why would MOASS ever happen if synthetic is so easy? Because it's limited. Only so much, only so many synthetic shares can be created via an ETF per day. Demand has to occur though. Without demand, there is no MOASS. That I'll agree with. The reason we're tracking crypto stocks like Mara, I mean, we're just tracking the market, which crypto also tracks. Everything's part of a basket that's part of a bigger basket that all moves the same for the most part, with the occasional deviation. All right, guys, pack it up. MOASS isn't happening because some guy in YouTube chat said so. Whatever makes you happy, Steve. Does 2-3 still look juicy to you? Yeah, I mean, there's FTDs due. Computer's hard how to Discord. There's a link below. You click it and then it lets you join the Discord. If no Ryan Cohen or GME announcement by OPEX, I'm out. You're not going to wait for OPEX? You want an announcement before it? That seems backwards. Fuck is up with chat today? I don't know. No problem, security professional. Stephen King doesn't have any important works. FUD. Feeling nostalgic. Any particular favorite memories you have from the past 6 GME months? No. The past 6 months have kind of sucked. And Zakire's wife are both very pretty, beautiful, enthusiastic, energetically engaging women who should be proud of who they are, because I am. You're proud of who they are, or you're proud of who you are? Have you reached out to RC or Roaring Kitty? The real kitty, not the Cornichon one. No, why would I bug him? Why are there different option strike prices on different brokers? For example, March 18s only go as high as 125, where E-Trade calls go as high as 330. WeBull has them up to 320. You know, I'm not sure why that occurs. I've noticed that in the past too. But most of the brokers that I use have the same. I don't use E-Trade. I don't know. But most of the brokers I use have the full chain. I guess it would depend where they get their data from. Like, if they get it from OCC or CBOE. If I recall correctly, TradeSpotting said we would have to go back and retest 190-ish. Do you agree? Do you agree with him? I mean, that's like where like our weighted VWAP is. So yeah, I'd expect us to see that price. I don't know if we'll see it on this upcoming run. That's a big fucking move, but it's possible. E-Trade has a filter to show only some. There's a checkbox someplace. Yeah, usually there's like a box you can check that'll show you the whole chain. What's the purpose of having several different brokers? Different accounts for different things. These are fantastic. Hold on, I'm eating spanakopita. Do you think you could outdrink DFE? I don't know. I don't drink very often. Maybe. Who am I front running? We're just watching GME all day. I'll tell you exactly, if you guys want to know what to watch out for, I can tell you exactly how streamers front run their audience. They either, one of these two things, like trade program guys and shit like that, They'll almost always trade pre-market. Their stream will have a 5 to 10 second delay. Or they will build and use trading view indicators that run on a delay. So if you ever want to size or suss that out, there you go. Sorry, Dumpster Ghouldan. I got you. But Stephen King has some really important works about VWAP and Dick's Pics. Does he, though? I've never read any of his DD, to be honest. I expect something in the next few days. This is our highest FTD exposure window. Between now and the 8th. After that, nothing. Till probably... Well, I'll be keeping my eyes peeled starting the week of the 14th. Out through the 23rd. 23rd? Is that right? Hold on, let me double check that last date. Yes, through the 23rd. I don't have an indicator. Nor do I have an extensive stream delay. I also have a clock on my stream for transparency. Just delay the clock. It's built into the program. I don't know how to do that. That's fucking genius, though. How do you front run your audience when retail buying has not had an effect on price? That'd be difficult. I can't make it any bigger, Russ. That's interesting. I assure you, PyPy is not capable of changing the clock on his computer. We've had difficulties with Streamlabs. That was told you in confidence, like, says the SEC doesn't care about the manipulation of the stock price. Let's all save our money and start MOASS on our own. There's a lot of things the SEC doesn't care about, like retail collusion. Clapping wouldn't show time delay. That would just be like an audio delay. If the video and audio are in sync, how does clapping do anything? Hey, one of these days I'm gonna dual stream. I made a video, all right? I did it with stuff and it's got animations. Fuck you. Fuck you, Darth Dan. Epic debate in chat. I don't know if have I had any epic debates. It's mostly just me arguing with people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm sure there have been a couple. So if 1.2 million shares were borrowed today, 2.3. Would you only assume those shares were used after 2.2 total million volume on the day? Yeah. IPO pay for real-time trading view data plus business fiber line. You were delayed only as much as one would expect from YouTube lag, often only seconds. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. I have pretty fast internet too, so yeah, I'd be surprised if there's too much of a delay on the stream. Can you show us your wrist up close? Why? How do I I don't know how to do that. It's like I can't angle my arm that way. Why are you trying to see my wrists? This feels like a thing. Weird. No. Don't show your wrists for free. I got tricked. I don't need to hit the gym. I mean, I do, but I have very slim wrists. It's better for watches. I live in New Haven, Connecticut. For what it's worth, not far from New York City. Don't know if it makes my data arrive faster. Probably not. I think you just started Wristgate. Is there something like on my wrist that people are trying to see? You could have gotten the same amount. You could have done the same wrist thing on OnlyFans for $500. Well, now I know better. Checking if you're a cutter. Why would I do that? That's how you get infections. You said expected a higher chance of action the 3rd to the 8th? I expect a higher chance of action on the 3rd and the 8th. The in-between time, maybe. I don't know. There is no DD from today, Sir Dinkus. I never said anything was happening on February 2nd, ever. I really like La Industry and Scars. Those are like my two favorite. I don't want you to send me your wrist pics, Bersolino. I don't even know what a loophead NFT airdrop is. How would I know if I'm on it? Oh, I bought my LRC on Coinbase like a person who doesn't give a shit. I wasn't going to give them $200 for their shitty wallet. Wallet's free now. That's better. Then maybe I'll get it. Hmm. Am I timed out for spelling schmuck wrong yesterday? I was trying to keep you grounded while you keep me poor. How do I keep you poor? What are you trying to prove, Sir Dingus? If you want to disprove my theory, disprove it. Go write a DD that disproves the entire theory, and then we'll talk. Otherwise, you're just a big troll. Already did, Mo. Sir Dinkus needs his Dinkus serviced. No one's going to do that. That's why he's on here complaining about stock theses. What did happen to Adabit? Rumspringa ended. Except none of my dates have been meaningless. They've all panned out. And the proof is in the SEC data. So you want to disprove a fact? Good luck. Oh, to be 16 and Amish. One sec. I'm gonna grab a bottle of water. Remember the 3rd of February? It's not catchy, but money's money. Fair. We'll see. I'm very curious about the push below max pain. They have hedging due from that move to the upside on Tuesday? No, Monday? Yeah. So that's due by tomorrow morning. It could be that they're trying to shave off some of that additional hedging as they move in to cover those FTDs. The party on the hook for the futures is flipped from previous quarters. Does an AP get the additional 3 days? I think so. T plus 2. And AP would if they use creation to satisfy the forward contract. Don't forget the power hour video. This hour isn't very power though. Look at ETF short volume, XRT VTI. Jimmy's historically had a buy-in T plus 6 after futures T35, which resulted in 8-3, 11-3. Yeah, that sounds right. It's T plus 6 plus 35 from the date that the FTD's print, which is December. Is it December 21st or 22nd that we saw the FTDs pop up? T4 is MMs. And it varies. And then also additionally, ETF agents can choose the settlement periods for their authorized participants. So while the NSCC dictates a specific time frame, that's not necessarily the time frame. because they don't have to report the trade to the NSCC immediately. I don't know. In November, they weren't very successful at bringing the price back down after the third, before they had to start hedging for the OPEX. We still retained like 50% of the gains. So I would expect that, like, say we run to 150, that they will be able to short it down into the like 120, 125 range before they begin covering for OPEX. Calls coming in, Jam 23. Cool. Fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Oh, they've absolutely tried to keep the price away from any kind of ramp, flinky doinky, but it's not indefinite. What date is Feb OPEX? It occurs on the 18th, but the exposure is T+2 from then. So Feb 22nd, 23rd. I just came in to say the price is down, so I hate you. When the price goes back up, I'll come back and tell you I love you. I know. It's okay, Jay Fresh. I hate you today, too. Look how hard you fucked me on Netflix. I'm just kidding. I didn't buy any. Does the OPEX mean options expiration? Yeah. Approximately what percent of IV bump could occur if we run to 150? I would say about 40%. 20 to 40% is a very good, like, conservative range to look in. Our IV is already really high right now, though. Well, it'll depend on how volumetric the move is. There's a holiday on Monday the 20th, 21st. So wouldn't it be 24th, 25th? No. 22nd, 23rd. Thanks for having a great attitude and treating everyone equitably, even on days when you're down a little. You rock, Kirk. Thanks, Amanda. I comment sometimes and watch whenever I can. but I really want to say how much I appreciate you taking the time to explain GME and how this stock moves. I learned a lot, so thanks. Thanks, JS. Sold at the bottom today on Netflix. Still up 200%. I'll wait for it to go under 410 or even better, 400. Is there a way to calculate how much IV will increase based off dollar spike? You could try, yeah. You can use math. I don't care that much. About 40%. It's normal for our runs. Sometimes the peak's a little higher. The people want answers. How are you affording your New York penthouse? I don't live in a penthouse anymore. Anyway, ground floor real estate is where it's at. Otherwise, you spend all day waiting for elevators. It's the worst. Down 85% on my Jan 18s. That's not a strike. Feb? Someone tell me when OPEX is? I've fucking said it like 9,000 times today. It's on February 18th. God damn you. Would you say you've said over 9,000 times? When's OPEX? Do you believe on GME that we see requires short hedge funds and MMs to collude to maximize the effect of their combined power? Or do you think action can simply be a reflection of each entity's independent strategies and tactics without colluding with each other? Both are possible. I wasn't respecting the options or paying much attention. Lost 3K for that. That'll happen. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Think you'll move out of New York post MOASS? Why? It only gets better the richer you are. There's no ETF FTDs on February 18th. I mean, there's probably some, but not of any significance. Stepping in to ask a repetitive, annoying, and off-answered question. Want to do it different this time? You pick which one you'd like to answer. What are you asking? What's up with all the puts for January 2023? Hedging of replicating baskets for variance swaps. Was he asking about eggplant on pizza? I'm not sure. It's not terrible. I've had it before. Cheaper to cover, Benjamin. FTDs due tomorrow? Yes, there are FTDs due tomorrow. This is some impressive shorting. Doing big downs. Is the market even coming down? No. Nope, just GameStop. Are you doing minis or big boys, Segan? Why is this not showing up? I'm not sure I would. It could break out. Say so. His DM. I'd probably go long. Actually, I'd probably avoid it, but that's tough. What are your thoughts heading into tomorrow? We'll see. I expect a lot of FTDs to be due, primarily net long or net short. So we should see some buy pressure. Hopefully, after hours will be telling. Thanks, Frederick. By my calculations, the last 1 million shares borrowed is being used now. This is the last short of the day. Most likely. It's a good one, though. Are there any downside gaps? A 30? $15? Nope. I guess we could test 164 again. 97. I don't know. I don't see it. I think we're stabilized. Do you think they can manage to internalize buy pressure tomorrow? Possibly. Physical trade smart expecting a retest of 1 to 97 before going back up. Yeah, it doesn't not make it. I think 97 might be a little low. I see it too. I don't know if we'll test it again. Yeah, it's also just delta neutral. Floor used to be around 200. They dropped us to dodge options. So do retail buying options backfire on us, or is it still causing them damage? It causes them damage because they have to sustain this position. Tesla look like it's stabilizing for a move up or a larger move down. I think, I don't know. I don't think Tesla's going to break out here. If it does, yeah, I don't think so. I think a move down is more likely. I mean, it's already failed the test of that upper resistance. So I expect you could see it. We could see it fall more. Unless they have some sort of news or something. Tesla moves based on whether Mac Course has open contracts, puts or calls. Yeah, the opposite direction. 101.34 is SSR not hit. Nope. Wait, is it? We did hit it. 101.31. Are you sure that's SSR for today? Yeah, we hit it right here. So we're on SSR now. Literally, as I hit send, it hit it. I mean, they're direct shorting, actually, so SSR could kind of fuck them up right now. They borrowed 2 million shares to short today. SSR is not ideal for that game plan. What is SSR? Can you explain that, please? Short sale restriction. It means they can't short uptick, or they can't short downticks. So if they short and the price of the stock falls, they can't short on top of that. They have to wait for an uptick to short. It essentially stops them from short ladder attacking, which they don't do anyway, right? Because we don't really have enough volume for that. They're not big at all. I'm just like super zoomed in. They're really tiny candles. Yep, they can still use ETF creation. They can still use bona fide market making. They just can't transact a short sale on a downtick. Do you look at 13F to see it liquidated on PayPal, or would that not be seen until the next filing? Unless there's some news about it. Could they borrow shares to clear ETF FTDs in combination? If they borrow a share, they could only clear a net long FTD. Like a long FTD. So it doesn't let them clear short FTDs. I think we're going to be releasing our first video on School of Stock today. I'll let everyone know in the Discord and on Twitter. Hello, CNS, my old friend. You just love CNS. You should go work for the DTCC, Gaff. In 30 years, you can write a book about your time there. You quickly go over your thoughts on today's action, how they relate to your expectations for this week. I want to go straight to the source. The NSCC, the DTCC wishes they were as cool. There's a bunch of FTDs due tomorrow. We'll see what happens. We see some after hours movement, seeing they've used so many today. It makes sense to begin covering after hours pre-market to limit calls being bought tomorrow AM. Did we run in aftermarket in November? I don't remember. I remember us running really fucking hard right at market open, but I don't remember if we ran after hours. Where's November 3rd? Oh, that's too far back, right? Yeah. November 3rd, right here. Yeah, we did. Actually, we did most of our run in after hours. Tested 227. So from 202 to a morning high of 255.69. The answer to this might be depends on how deep their pockets are, but how long of a window do you think they have where they direct short because they can go back to more ETF abuse? It's hard to say. The ETF they abuse the most has been thresholded for weeks now. And also has a dividend coming up, which is likely why we see so much borrowing going on directly with GameStop. Maybe. I want to say likely. Maybe. No, usually these FTD runs are far more violent and over far faster than the OPEX runs. I just say hot dog. Not everyone from New York talks like that. My no sell trading strategy doesn't seem to work ideally with options. What can I do? Shout crime louder? You can try. I find that if you put your options all in one place and scream crime at them, you'll feel better. It won't really do anything. Visceral for a mod. Thanks, Warren Kitty. Noted. Amazon pre-split? Is Amazon splitting? You mean Google? Those aren't the same company. Why rip calls? You have weeklies? 83,600 shares just bought in a single transaction. Cool. Sigh unzips bank account. Some of this kind of just looks like accumulation. Did you expect us to go sub 100 at all, especially after the start we had to this week? Last night, no. This morning, when there were 2 million extra shares returned, a little bit more. It's within an acceptable consolidation range from our low. Is there a point where you begin to worry about your investment if it's no longer profitable? Maybe. But I might also just buy more at that point. Remember, when you have 144,000 red candle, someone's also buying, right? You can't sell shares without a buyer. I can't wait for the Elliott Wave guy's new video to confirm his bias by saying, this is the final wave before we launch. The dip before the dip before the dip. End of day prediction 99.69. Strong support level. Pushing. Oh, they borrowed 2.3 million shares today. They've got some ammo. Are they going for below DN? They might be trying to. Ooh, I have to buy a share, don't I? That's not the right price. $99.69. One buy. Oop. Am I gonna get a fill or what? Fucking better. Oh, you bitch. Fine, 99.99. Oh, it already filled. Fuck it. Just buy 4 more. 98? Hold on. I'm gonna wait for it to come back up. It does. I can't deal with this fucking 116 share business. Sir, they're creating a 4-share buy wall. I bought 4. Reverse MOASS engaged. Well, 5 total. Look at me, guys. I'm finally an XX holder. I have 20 shares. Right? Four shares? That's like $8 trillion. Is there any credence to the theory where the further the stock is suppressed, the harder it rips on the rebound? Forgot to tag you. Yes. Because by dropping the price so low, they encourage long entries into call options. Perfect time for 100 weeklies. Ooh, interesting. Citadel won't let that 4 shares print to the market. How does that make you feel? Great. How hard are my Feb 11 105s going to print? That's an attractively priced call option for a week away from today. When did you buy them? Did you buy them just now? Or did you buy them when we were trading at like 120. Indicators all look the same. Everything looks good. They're just shorting the shit out of it. They borrowed so many fucking shares today. You talk more about institutions going full bull or net long and the implications. It's usually a good sign. It indicates accumulation. Although 13Fs aren't a great way to figure out how and when that's occurring. Dip before the rip? We'll see. I just bought some. Sell? No. Oof. That's funny. Zakira's fiance? Wait, Zakira's married? I don't understand. It's okay. You don't need to. I've done some digging. I thought your viewership should know that I tracked your IP address to Citadel. Also, I've never proven how many shares you actually own. What say you? Okay. Tracked your IP address to Citadel? Is GameStop correcting? No. What do you mean, is GameStop correcting? Like back to the upside? Obviously fucking not, Charles. Or Paul. I don't know why I called you Charles. Does the accumulation distribution oscillator even mean anything if half the orders are internalized? Just curious. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What accumulation distribution oscillator? Where's that? Is that like on TradingView? What you meant to say is thanks for the donation. Koala's already banned. He can't even provide proof. That's fair, Angel Fire. If BlackRock packs the shares into ETFs, does that give them a bunch more to synthesize with? Yeah, but there's no indication of the ETFs going up. Or at least Turd hadn't seen any yesterday. So it looked like they just bought a long position. We scalped NQ short from 15 to 120, but had to ride up to 150 before getting out. We both would have won. Wasn't my move more significant though? Yours is $22. Mine was 30. I'm just saying, Segan. I won a little more. Y'all a bunch of bag holding apes. There's no MOASS button. There's no MOASS coming. The buy button was turned off to protect your dumbasses from getting even more in the red by buying at $500. Get out if you're in any green. Also, $3 is worth this message. Thanks, Ryan Cohn. If I wanted your advice on how to trade stocks, I would have bought Wells Fargo before the dip. Word. If you run to a, I love that banning a bunch of the shills has gotten them to donate. Thanks, guys. I should have been doing this all along. I'd be rich already. So people actually coming here just to talk shit about GameStop? That's bullish as fuck. I know. If I ban enough shills, I'm going to be able to start MOASS on my own. What will stop them from turning off the buy button again or cheating in another way we didn't see coming? Absolutely fucking nothing, Matthew Lombardi. I bought more too. I guess I could have nailed the dip a little better, but close enough. Everything's doing good, Vic. How are you, man? Who's your favorite shill? Probably you, JFresh. When you told me Citadel wasn't paying enough and you wanted to join the quant team, that really softened my heart. I love how people are more excited to buy the stock under $100 than they were for it to run up to 120. Look at everyone go. You liar. I trusted you and you told me you love me. I could never love you because of New Jersey. If your theory is correct, these MMs or hedgies waiting the absolute last minute. We'll see. I'm either right or I'm not. Those are the two outcomes. Dandolph looked to Moss coming on the first light of the 5th day at the dawn, looked at the squeeze. Understandable. Eek, 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 eek. Ptang, zu, boing, aruza. Thank you, Knight. The other Ryan Cohen. This has been the plan. RC going to let the stock drop as low as possible. Have Jimmy buy back shares, something. Now I can't even read either one. Ugh. You can buy back shares. Buy his shares, then release whatever news. The true believers will be washed with riches, and the paper hands will cry into their losses as we moass to the sun, saved by our diamond skin. Thank you, the other Ryan Cohen. Also, Koala Hugger, thanks for your money. Good job on your puts. Ugh. No, I didn't cancel it. It just fucking renewed second breakfast. I'm not showing anybody my calves. This isn't MOASS. Why does everyone think I'm fucking bald? I went to the doctor today for my high blood pressure. It seems my blood pressure inversely correlated to the price of the stock. I asked her if I could hedge this, and she told me to leave. Rude. My hands are actually just made of flesh and bone and other normal stuff, but at least they aren't made of paper. Is that okay? Yeah. What did Koala say? I don't know. Some bullshit. He was busy licking toilets and someone thought he was the bathroom attendant and threw him a tip. So he decided to drop some donations over here. No. No, I'm just gonna go to bed. Even if we rip tonight, I'm not gonna come back and watch it. You know what? I'm not even gonna look at the stock till tomorrow morning. I don't care. Okay, that's a lie. But I'll only wake up at 4 a.m. to check it. Closing right at 100 would be bullish. I'd rather close at 104.20 or 169. The bulls don't make the stock rip. They appear because the stock is ripping. Bulls aren't just 69ing in the wild. It's observational bias. Schrodinger's 69ing bulls. God. I'll still lick toilets long after this is done. My immune system is godly. I know you will. I hope you get ringworm on your tongue or some other fungal infection. Do you get ringworm on your tongue? I don't know. That. Whatever the worst one is. Apparently Matt Kors says he has better wrists than me. It's because he spends all day jerking off thousands of people. Of course he does. As long as you don't open the box, those bulls would be doing any position possible at the same time. Exactly. When you will acknowledge that I'm hilarious right now. Ha. How many shares were borrowed today? 2.3 million. Good night, average Joe. Could this have something to do with Facebook earnings? If it drops tonight, Marge might be calling. I don't know. Borrow rate? It was between like 2.2 and 2.3%, I think. And 1% from Fidelity. Has our ramp gotten weaker for March? Only if people are selling their options. Ding ding. The day is over. Closing at $100.04. Victory. Victory is ours. Fuck the hedge funds. We're the best. Thank you, Shills, for all the donations and for you regular viewers as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, guys. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. If the stock rips tonight, I will not be coming back. I have better things to do. See ya. Wait, hold on. Don't go yet. There's going to be a video on the new channel in a little bit. Like 6 o'clock? Maybe like 6 o'clock. I tricked you. Okay, now I'm leaving. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crayon, sit. Good dog.
Not an advisor.
Frigulon.